Hello everybody. My name is OMG and today we're gonna show you these map pools and give you a bit of an introduction. I'm joined by Half-Slashed. Hey, how are you, Half-Slashed? You're a new face here.
I'm good.
And I'm also joined by Kano. How are you, Kano?
I'm doing pretty good, Force. Looking forward to the World Cup. This time of the year is great. How's things with you, man?
I'm doing fine as well. As I mentioned, we already have a new face in Halfie. He's a new commentator this year and already gonna, hot on the job this time around for the Mapple Showcase. It's a tri-cast. It's not gonna be usual because most matches are being cast by 2 people. But yeah, just for some introduction things, we're gonna be showcasing the Mapples. But before that, there's some qualify rules which haven't really changed. You kind of do the same thing. You have the 2 playthroughs through the qualifiers. But the more interesting change is the amount of teams who signed up. There are 48 teams this time around. And there's 3 new teams which haven't been playing in any OWC yet. Those are Colombia, Croatia, and Peru. Is there anything else you guys want to add to the qualifier process?
Honestly, it's just insane to see that many teams this year. Like, 48 is a big number, and it's going to be sad to see that 16 of them don't make it through. But at the same time, it gives a lot of teams an opportunity to prove themselves.
Anything for you, Halfie?
I find it pretty interesting that Peru is joining the fray this time. It's really good that they've got enough people to be competitive this year, since I know they've had some standout players that have been just waiting for their opportunity on this one. So I'm looking forward to that.
Nice. Otherwise, there aren't really any rule changes in the qualifiers. There are some rule changes for later stages. We'll get to that next week, and you guys can watch those rules in the wiki page. Feel free to read up on that. Otherwise, we also have the pick'ems this year around too. You can get some prizes there if you get the most things correct. Feel free to do that. I think they're live already for the qualifier stage, so you can, choose your favorite 32 teams which proceed to the next stage. And after that, it's just, pick'ems for week after week, predicting which team's gonna win. feel free to play that. Next to that now, I think we'll just get to the Maple Showcase, and I want to preface one thing. Tournament mapping, custom mapping has been gaining a lot of traction in community tournaments. And that's partly also because the ranked section doesn't really give you a lot of options for tournament viable maps. Those are some maps which, you know, obviously are consistently difficult, have a clear identity and so on. And we've gotten a lot of mappers in there. Maybe some of you guys have seen the news post where mappers can actually sign up. We've actually gotten over 100 signups for mappers. And it has been pretty daunting task to, you know, select the right ones. And one thing I can definitely tell you is community mapping or custom mapping for tournaments is definitely gonna be the way of the future for most tournaments. Not 100% like Courses did, but, you know, in some capacity. So if you want to have a bigger chance of actually getting selected as a mapper, I don't know, just getting selected and having already done a community tournament custom mapping, that's just a really good reference to me, I would say. So if you want to do that, that's a way to have a higher chance of getting in there for next year. Is there anything else, Kano or Halfie?
Yeah, pretty much at this point, like, this is the best opportunity for mappers to be building their mapper portfolio when it comes to mapping for tournaments, because there's a lot of things that you need to consider, such as keeping things consistent in difficulty and also the skills that you want to test in these maps.
Right, just something to add there. There's a bit subtle but very important difference between mapping for players and mapping for player skills. And it comes down to song choice a lot of the time. So make sure that if you're doing this, you're orienting your songs properly for this.
Yeah, so if you want to learn more about that and getting into the intricacies, you know, mapping for community tournaments is definitely going to give you a bit more insight in that. But I think that's about it, and we'll get right into the Maple Showcase. Because, you know, that's what you guys are here for, and that's what most players will be playing next weekend. So without further ado, if we get right into Nomad 1, I believe. And we're gonna start off by Alia Limit by Kibleru. It is a custom map, and that's not just the first one, it's the first of many, especially in this qualifier pool. We'll have, I think it's completely custom mapped, just to have every player have, you know, the same kind of position. Everyone's kind of going into freeform for this one. This is the Nomad 1. It'll be very jumpy, very Nomad 1-like. Please get your alerts ready. And yeah, that's about it. Anything you want to add specifically to this, Kano? Because you've also been a map mover with me.
I love aim. But no, in all seriousness, this map is a pretty good test of that. It features a lot of comfortable aim, but also a little bit of uncomfortable aim here and there. There's some burst patterns every once in a while, so there's a couple of things to trip up on. And despite this being separated into 3 Kiais, which feel a little tiny bit harder than the rest of the map, there's definitely room for error throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, and Halfie is here, by the way, he's blind. He's coming in really blind for this one, so you can feel free to give us your opinions on these maps. As they come in,
sure. Yeah. Before I get into the actual map opinions, can I just say, was it intentional for you to have a frog playing the replay on the jump map? I just have to ask that.
Look, funnily enough, we had to resort to a frog because Itsuki and I are a little bit too washed up, I'm not gonna lie, so we actually had to outsource some of these replays, and apparently a frog is better than, you know, an OS World Champion, but that's okay. I mean, we learned a lot of things.
I mean, you gotta be honest, you probably will never ever see me do a Nomad 1 replay, let's be real here.
Yeah,
gotcha.
But yeah. Otherwise, the entire, like, this map star rating is about 6.5. I mean, you can see most of the information in the bottom right. The targeted difficulty is gonna be around 30 round of 16 to quarterfinals. So it is gonna be harder than the first pool you would actually play in a match. But it's not too high of a level or too far away from that. The entire qualified pool is also only 10 slots, 4 Nomads, and 2 maps in each mod bracket, which is Harvard, Hidden, and Double Time. There's no free mod here.
Right. As far as the actual map, by the way, it's pretty interesting to see Kibblero go back to this style. I know he's been drifting away from that in recent times. As usual, his background choice is on par, and you know, his style, you know, this was what he started with, right? He's been doing this kind of style for many, many years, so it's no surprise to see that he's quite comfortable doing this. The song's actually pretty familiar for some of you that follow Corsace as well. So just probably with a much more suiting mapper for that.
Oh yeah, there was actually a Yasuo map in Corsace for the same song. It kind of happened in parallel, funnily enough. But yeah, Kibblero is... I feel bad because I had to force him to increase the spacing so much. And I just noticed how he didn't want to, but he had to because, you know, you had to hit the difficulty range, right?
Yeah, Kibblero went through a lot for this one, but definitely pulled off a good map for us.
Exactly.
What a champ.
You know, sometimes you just have to make sacrifices for tournament mapping, and that's just the way it is. Well, yeah, that was Nomad 1. We'll get right into Nomad 2, and it's gonna be the stream map. It's an Astronic map, and it's Technoplanets. Juvenile. And yeah, this one's a stream map. This one, in more detail, I think Kano can talk to you about the intricacies of the BPM changes here.
So yeah, this map starts off at 194 BPM. It features some longer streams at the beginning. For the most part, the spacing remains fairly consistent. I believe there's a little bit more intensity at the beginning, but yeah, as I said, the streams are longer in the intro, despite the BPM being a little bit lower. In the second half of this map, it actually transitions into 202 BPM, so you get a little bit of a decent stamina test whilst also testing your aim control on streams.
Yeah, I think that's essentially it, because it's just the way this map has been built up from the ground up. Nomad 2 is always going to be the stream map of each tournament pool. At least in Odyssey. I mean, if you want to change the orders, feel free to. We did, not on purpose for the next few picks, but you know, just kind of happens. Every map pool has its own order. But yeah, this one's the stream pick. You will probably see the best scores on this one, just because this is essentially a skill check. If you can stream the BPM, this should be kind of straightforward. You can maybe screw up once or twice, but don't forget that qualifiers will be played twice in a row. So that is more options for people to just get a better score on this one. I think those two playthroughs are gonna be most advantageous for other maps though. I think this is definitely one of the easy ones.
Yeah, this is the thing that kind of happens as well when you're testing specific skills. Like, some maps may feel easier than others, especially if you're particularly good at a certain skill. And with all of these OWC pools, generally when it comes to Nomad, we try to go for one skill set only, whereas when we start going down the mod brackets, then we try to sort of mix and match a few things here and there. But yeah, what are you thinking of this one so far, Happy?
Yeah, I'm definitely appreciating the simpler design on some of the streams. In general, Ranked doesn't have too many maps that go simpler on this. They usually go bonkers on the spacing when they have streams this long. So it's really nice to see one that doesn't go bonkers on that. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of experimentation happening, especially in courses, which custom mapped every single map, and you know, we kept it simple here. There's nothing special about this map.
Yeah, and song choice is definitely important as well.
True, yeah, sometimes the song kind of carries the map and gives you the options for the longer 1/4 sections. But yeah, going into the next pick, and this is where the first one of those, numbers don't match up happens. Nomad 3 is actually going to be the alternate map for the entire pool, entire OWC, and this one's the alternate map. It is mapped by Suki Nathan, and it is Justice Monster. 160 BPM, 4 minutes, and this one's pretty tough. So it features most of these double patterns, and focuses a lot onto cut streams, every 4th note, and also has some of these 1/8 bursts you have to press properly. So it's essentially a 320 BPM like double between the sliders. Other than that, this map repeats quite a lot, so So if you've seen like the first half of the map and the PI times, you know the entire map. It features longer streams, being like 16 nodes at most, or like 8 most of the time, and very hard 1/4 snaps. That's essentially it, I believe. I don't think it veers too much into any low BPM streaming or like just high BPM games.
Pretty much as Forz mentioned, there's a lot of cut streams throughout this entire map. This is definitely one of the good maps when it comes to a consistency test. Like, it's 4 minutes of pretty much the exact same thing, and this is going to be one of those things which tests the specific skill.
But yeah, in terms of alternate mapping, there were also a lot of interesting ideas. What do you think about this one, Harpy? Because there have been some experiments in courses as well.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. This is actually not something that comes to mind when I think of an alternate check, but I've also heard the idea of a, low BPM stream map, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. It's a bit more interesting though in terms of some of the angle diversity, which I can appreciate. I don't know. I kind of want to see how this one plays out before I really make a judgment on what I think. This uses patterns that I'm kind of biased against from my own play experience because I'm not a big fan of cut streams. So.
Oh yeah, I think it kind of reminds you a little bit. I mean, it's Ultimate, it's the same map, so it reminds you a little bit of Gera from last year. And people really like that one. So Alternate is always a very interesting skill set to map for and just to pull for. You gotta be too careful so it's not all high angles, so it feels like a DT map where you just single tap and jump all the time. Also, if there's nothing special going on and it's just streams with no angle changes, it's just a stream map, right? So it's very hard to sometimes get alternate correct, but I really like this one though. Feel free to play me and say otherwise in the feedback channels, but yeah.
Yeah, as Forz mentioned, we'll be paying attention to those feedback channels. Hopefully being able to improve the pulls if necessary, but to be honest, I'm pretty happy with them.
Just flame this one in particular, right? Is that how that goes? No, I'm just kidding. It is pretty interesting as a map. It's not something that comes to mind when I think of an alternate pick, but I mean, it can work.
Yeah, there's also one pattern I really want to pay attention to is in the KI you can see a lot of these cut streams also happening, and after that you see sometimes a pattern which has 7 nodes and then snaps on a blue tick onto a double. I mean, you might not notice it when just watching the replay, but when you play it, it's definitely something you have to pay attention to as a player. Because usually you snap onto a next node, there's like a huge 1/4 space, every like 4th node, but that's the 3rd node. So that might throw you off a little bit. It did for me at least. Alright, and going into Nomad 4, since Nomad 3 is the alternate map, we have the tech map on Nomad 4. And it's gonna be a real lazy map, and what? It's WT4's a replay? That's not me, by the way, I wouldn't make that joke. But I unfortunately did not get any replays for this one. But yeah, this one's a tech pick, and for the further details, I will ask Kano, because he's a fellow map.
This is tech.
Thank you, Kano.
But no, in all seriousness, this map focuses on a lot of slider heavy tech, as you can see from some of these really, really wacky sliders that are going on the screen right now. There's also a lot of control involved around the streams, and on top of that you require a lot of control in your aim and snapping as well on these streams. As you can see, there's a few 1/4 snaps going on here, where there's a spacing increase and decrease throughout these streams as well. But yeah, there's just a lot of things going on when it comes to the sliders and the streams.
Yeah, it's I would say what makes tech quintessentially tech, and that's a few factors. One of those is slider velocity changes, so how fast the slider is. And other things are like the stream snaps. as you can see, we also have those present. Like a small factor is like rhythm of feeling control, and that is also present in here, especially with some of these sliders, the circular sliders. Their timing is definitely something you have to pay attention to, and it also doesn't have the most consistent of rhythms. But otherwise, I think this is essentially everything you would expect out of a rhythm map. There are no 1/6 bursts or something in it, so there's like no small speed requirement.
It's interesting to see that Relazy is carrying over his style and his difficulty names from Corsace. I actually remember he had a tech map that was also with the Orientalism difficulty name, so that's kind of interesting. As far as the map itself, I find it to be a nice balance between slider aim and aim control with stream. There's a lot more spacing variety compared to the Nomad 3 you guys had, so this is a lot more hard on the aim, which I appreciate to separate the two.
Alright, and that was the tech map, and we'll get right into Hidden, because Hidden, normal is only 4 maps long for qualifiers, and Hidden one is going to be MTU Ayla by Mo. It is a Mo map, and this one's really weird. It is, you know, Hidden is always a weird bracket to pool for, right? There are some skill sets which are too hard on Hard Rock, or maybe it's not too much of an clear identity for Nomad. And that's essentially what Hidden to me is. It's like the misfits of things that doesn't fit in other brackets. And this is one of those. It is 155 BPM, CS 4.8. So you remember a little bit of precision there, but it's also approached at 9 flat, so there's a bit of density with the BPM. It's not too much, but not too little either. And this one focuses on a respectable amount of pattern aim and a respectable amount of streams. And the streams are definitely a bit more on the harder side, where you have a few cut streams here and there, and just patterns you really have to pay attention to. Like, I think this is one of the easiest picks to just get bad accuracy on. Other than that, it's pretty short and spicy in that case. Most of the difficulty is concentrated into the middle, starting about here. But yeah, I think that's about it from my side.
Yeah, pretty much. I mentioned it earlier as well that, you know, a lot of our Nomad picks generally have a single skill set focus, whereas when we get down to things like Hidden, Hard Rock, and DT, we try to mix and match a couple of those skill sets together. And this map is definitely one of those which, you know, tests a lot of control, it tests a little bit of rhythm here and there, also some streams, awkward aim. You know, this map basically has the whole package going on for it, and we tried to go for this in the qualifier because we wanted to test as many things that are going to be present later on in the rounds.
I really appreciate the awkward aim focus on this one. I can just see it, you know, you've got the small circle size that exaggerates that even further. This is like proto-precision. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, other than that, I think, yeah, it's also one important thing to me is song variety, and which obviously is something you kind of have to sleep on sometimes as a map pooler, because you only have a very limited amount of maps you can pick out of, right? So there's like ranked section, and if you don't find anything in ranked, which in the past few years is gonna be very likely that you can't find anything properly there, then you go for unranked, and if you don't have that, you're just kind of out of luck. Unless, of course, you get something custom map. Right, those doubles are blue tick doubles, by the way, so it's really easy to get 100s on them. Just be very careful. Alright, and second, but also the last hidden pick is gonna be the standard classic approach at 8 hidden. Kano, what's this one all about?
Well, I mean, a lot of you know this is AR8. AR8 is pretty damn tricky when it comes to...
Oh, I'm sorry, Kano, but it's a swan.
Oh,
alright, continue.
Yep, this one is there. Yep, this one, my bad. But yeah, this one is the AR8 hidden map. It features a little bit of awkward patterns and some streams as well. I mean, for the most part, this map, a lot of the difficulty just comes from the density. That's going to be the main focus with this one. That's something that we didn't have as much in the previous hidden. The previous Hidden focused a lot more on the other aspects that we wanted to test. There was still an element of density, but not as much compared to this one, obviously, despite, this approach rate being 8. And yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of tricky streams where you can easily slip up here, and there's also some tricky patterns coming up very shortly, which you will witness. Lots of breaks can happen around this point, I expect.
Pretty interesting choice here for a approach rate 8 mapper in Mao. He's an older style mapper, and the jumps he's using actually seem to fit more with the traditional definition, which involves jumps as being, a large spacing contrast. So he's employing that at full force here. It works really well with approach rate 8, simple-ish style. And the finger control required here definitely can throw you off, as with the streams, they actually are kind of hard to follow with Hidden, so there's a nice balance of difficulty in this one.
Yeah, what I personally prefer is once the Hiddens are like really early stage, I think the way you can definitely differentiate people who can play Approach Rate 8 Hidden well and who can't are like through streams. Otherwise, if the jumps get big enough and you just are able to put a lot more disgusting jumps in, see like, I don't know, patterns, aim like Mirage or something like that, then that's good for higher difficulties, but I think streams definitely make or break the map for some of these people in lower difficulties.
Nice sword slider at the end there, by the way.
Right, yeah, I mean, we got a swan, we got a sword. I mean, Mao over here is just showing his artistic abilities. But yeah, that was the Hidden pool, and now we're gonna get right into Hard Rock. It's gonna be see, what is this? It's a featured artist song. It's Undead Corporation Murasa. And this one is Hard Rock 1. Hard Rock 1 essentially is just a very generic slot. This one is a bit more on the weird side because we don't have as many maps. So if this was essentially just generic, we just have an 0-1 copy and in a pool of 10 maps, that would overlap a little bit too much. This one's 200 BPM on the faster side. I think this is the fastest, or the second fastest from all the maps so far. If you ignore the Nomads 2 stream map, which speeds up in the second half. 200 BPM focuses on jumps, has a few streams here and there. It's a little bit weird in a lot of regards. It's weird in some of the jumps. You have to pay attention to some of the jumps and the patterns. There's also the 1 second break you just saw, and then you get right into a stream. It's really easy to mistime the beginning of that stream and just get a lot of 100s. So definitely listen to the song and get ready for that, because in my opinion it's a lot easier to get into a stream where you already have a consistent rhythm behind it than just coming out of it, or like coming out of a break.
Yeah, as Force mentioned, there's a lot of awkward stuff going on in this map. This is pretty much an aim-focused map, but we tried to go with awkward aim for this one because, obviously not to make it too comparable to Nomad 1. And as Force mentioned as well, a lot of these streams that come after the slow note here, I can expect a lot of accuracy drops because these streams on OD10 definitely are very easy to mistime. There's a lot of awkward stuff going on in terms of the jumps, but also the triples as well. There's just a lot of curvature and things where you require just that little bit more precision.
Spot on with the awkward aim. That I can definitely see that as a focus. This sort of jump style reminds me a lot of some of the older jump maps. I think 2012, 2013 sort of style. They had a lot of variety in jumps, and that's kind of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, just to back up that as well, I mean, obviously the song choices kind of are along that style as well. You've got the Undead Corp going again.
Yeah, and it's one of many featured artist songs. Obviously, featured artist song choices are ever increasing in size, so it's a lot easier to implement and incorporate featured artists. But keep those featured artists coming, it'll just make stuff easier in the long run.
For sure. And actually, now that you do mention, this being an Undead Corpse song, there was actually a 2012 map by Baka NA that was very popular that kind of reminds me of what I'm seeing with this map. So maybe he took maybe Meridius took some inspiration from that. Who knows?
Who knows? I just remember when I wanted to play Harlock 1, I wanted to be a bit sub-standard. It's still like standard, but not too comfortable. And I just saw Meridius in the list, and I was like, yep, this guy can map this style. Great. Alright, and I mean, no surprise, getting into Harlock 2, it's small circles. Kano, how small is it?
It is CS 6.5. This map focuses mostly around pattern aim. It features some short streams and a little bit of finger control. Nothing too complicated, but on 6.5, that's a different story. This is going to be 2 Minutes Euphoria by Ryusei, and this map definitely has a lot of room for error. I mean, being CS 6.5, you need a lot of precision for this kind of stuff. We've been trying to change the way that we want to go with CS 6.5 maps this year. We've been trying to focus on a little bit more pattern aim if possible. Obviously we'll still be incorporating some streams here and there, but we've definitely changed our direction compared to the previous years, and that's mostly based on the feedback that we've received over the last year or two.
Yeah, other than that, this one's pattern aim, it is CS 6.5. Has some streams in here and there. Has a bit of finger control on some parts, especially in the middle of the map. Otherwise, I think most precision players will feel right at home.
So the way some of this is laid out is actually reminding me of a lot of the CS5's type of stuff that I see. So you're right on that. I guess if you were looking to play precision with CS 6.5, you know, you'd look through some of the 2013 maps especially. They employed a lot of the CS5 stuff at relatively high difficulties. And you just be playing that, and this uses pretty much all the same patterns from that.
Yeah, otherwise we don't have a free mod pool, so there has to be some CS 6.5 in the entire pool. Usually you see in most tournaments free mod CS 5.8 and then a CS 6.5 on Harlock. Yeah, this part here is a little bit awkward. The finger control's coming up a bit. Also a bit easy to hit circles. They aren't like hard in terms of timing, but the spacing is high. The timing is low, so you can still screw up there quite easily. It's one of those factors for like small circles Harlock, where even if something doesn't increase starting a lot, it can be so much harder on CS 6.5. Yeah, thank you Ryusei for this wonderful map. We should keep mentioning the mappers more often, because those are the real heroes for this pool.
For sure, for sure.
But yeah, speaking of mappers who are the real heroes of this pool, it's Panda Hero. And this one's a DT1. And I mean, coming from right out of small circles, we'll get right into speed. And another featured artist song. It's gonna be Gekiga Haru. And this one's 225 BPM, mostly focused on the stream aspect. You definitely need to have the stamina for this one. Also has a very respectable amount of accuracy requirement. It is OD 8.5, that's around OD 10 here. And has a few doubles and a few finger control patterns, nothing too hard. The finger control patterns mostly happen when the song is really calm. And when it's calm, you can focus on those parts quite easily. But yeah, it's mostly about those longer streams you can see around the KI times. There's about 2 of them, and yeah, 225 BPM streams it is.
Yeah, to be honest, this map is pretty straightforward for the most part. There's definitely some small elements of finger control that can trip you up a little bit when it comes to accuracy and things like that.
Anything else you want to add, Halfie?
This is pretty straightforward, like you've mentioned, right? There isn't too much going on. It's a nice, simple style that just focuses, lets players focus a lot on the stamina. Not very much aim requirement, which I appreciate with speed-focused double-time picks. So this is probably also something that I might be downloading for practice. Always appreciate this type of stuff.
Yeah, once you think about derusting, obviously, but other than that, I mean, you know, I'm seeing some subscriptions coming up here. Did you guys know you can subscribe to the Twitch channel and get some peppy pants? And you know, all that money can be invested into more featured artists such as these.
I still just find it quite impressive that with the roster of featured artists that has been built over the past few years, just seeing names like Undead Corporation and even Ginka in this map, it's just out of this world, right? We just started with like Sysmix and some of the other artists that have been around with Osu forever, even before we started the program. So just seeing it expand to this degree is incredible.
Yeah, and this was the DT1, the Stamina one. This one, let's get right into another great featured artist song. It's gonna be Cranky Pupper. And this one's the speed one, and you know, as fast as it goes, Kano, what can you tell us about this one?
Well, this is the speed pick of the qualifier pool. As you can see, there's some awkward linear flow aim and stuff like that. You're going to see quite some verse coming in later on, but it's nothing too over the top. You know, this is kind of just like the introductory, you know, if you can play this kind of thing for qualifier type stuff. I can expect, compared to last map, there will probably be a lot more breaks on this, whereas the other map is a little bit more straightforward because, you know, it's just a little bit more simpler of a map. But the catch between the two is that the last map was a lot more focused around accuracy, so while there may be a few more FCs on that one, accuracy is going to be the separating factor between a lot of the top teams, whereas on this one, you can definitely expect a lot of breaks on some of these patterns, and also the bursts.
Yeah, right on this part, you can see there's like the highest level of, in quotes, film control. There's like a double, and then longer sliders. You probably just alternate, because if you single tap that, it's just it's weird, man. Just alternate that slider. Otherwise, yeah, that's the most quotes film control as this map gets. As you can see, this is the meat of the map here. Single taps, linear patterns, triples, a lot of high intensity bursts. Also a Yasuo map, by the way. Just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Yasuo.
Yeah, this is definitely a speed check. There's no doubt there. I mean, it just focuses on the triples and quints for the most part. There are a couple longer bursts, but nothing too long. This is all about, can you actually maintain any sort of, you know, any sort of control after hitting some of these really fast patterns. Very important to test this on an earlier stage, I think, especially as the speed requirements tend to go up in stages.
Alright, and that was the DT2, and thus the entire pool. That was the showcase for the qualifier pool, which are gonna be, the qualifier matches are gonna be played next week. 48 teams will try their best to get into the top 32 slots. I don't think we have anything else planned for today, so is there anything guys you guys want to add? I mean, obviously there are some courses matches coming up. You know, Harvey's love child here, but
yeah, is this where I plug the Starbound versus Floating Up match at 1500 UTC? That's 24 minutes.
Wait, is it at 1500 UTC at what? 24 minutes? Oh, I wonder what I planned for today. No.
Oh, yeah, that is happening. Something else, actually, Forz, this was entirely custom, correct? Do you have some sort of tagging system here that you want to tell people about?
For the entire, like, this was the first pool I've actually done from the ground up without having any picked maps. Usually when you pick maps, you can go off of that and like build around some of the picks and then custom map it. But you know, custom mapping everything from ground up is definitely a bit weird. I don't have any specific rules. I just went for, you know, my gut feeling and just kind of ideas what I wanted, but that's about it. Otherwise, I think I want to remind you guys to check out the pick'ems, play the pick'ems, subscribe to the channel. Banners are gonna come up soon when the tournament is midway, so feel free to look at that.
We love our banners, but yeah, in all seriousness, go support your favorite teams, and also support the World Cup in the process.
Alright, nice. So that's it from us. Thank you guys for watching, and see you next week for the qualifier results and the next map pool showcase. Goodbye.
See you guys.
See you next time.
Click.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the OS World Cup. It's finally here this time. We're here today with the seed reveal. We've just finished the qualifiers, and we'll be talking about those. I'm Azer, and I'm joined with Chiliupair and Doomsday. How are you guys doing today?
Pleasure.
Yo.
So
Doing
excited.
fantastic, man.
Man, it's an amazing day.
Right? We finally got all the teams done, and everyone just finished playing, maybe about like 20 minutes ago. A lot of surprises, I think, this year. Would you say a lot of a lot of interesting plot twists?
Yeah, it's like a proper soap opera. This man, the level of competition throughout has been so strong this year, and honestly, like I say, as we go through this, certainly going to be a lot of interesting chatter about how these results went. Like, we'll have to see how it goes.
Different ways, a lot of seedings that are going to be quite unexpected for most. So all those of you who filled out your pick'ems, be prepared to be amazed for a lot of these.
Yeah, last year I believe not a single person got their top 8 qualifiers pick'ems right. I believe the best person had 6 of 8. I'm gonna go and say right now that it's gonna be the same case again. there's I would say 2 or 3 teams in the top 8 that were not likely to be over the teams that didn't make it. We'll get to that very soon, but yeah, there's gonna be a lot of surprises. So one thing to quickly mention, I guess we should mention how seeding was done, just to be clear about it. Essentially, the seeding was done by acquiring the ranking of each team on each mod bracket, right? So we combine, for example, hidden, we would combine their rank compared to the other teams on both of the hidden picks, and then that's their hidden bracket rank, and then we basically just summed all of the mod brackets up. So maybe individual maps have less impact, I would say, but like the overall performance on the entire mods, and that's including no mod of course as well, which I believe is weighted more, I'm not quite sure. You know, everything is pretty well balanced. So yeah, before we start, is there anything that you guys want to mention?
No, I think you pretty much covered how this went pretty well there. I think really after that, all that's really left is to go through and see how each of the countries fared. Of course, there were a lot of countries competing this year. 48 teams competing in the qualifiers, and well, only 32 can make it through. So we're going to be seeing 16 teams go out at this stage, which is a lot, much more than last year. So
yeah, I believe last year there was 43 teams that played, so 5 new ones this year. Some coming back for had a long break. I think a couple of teams haven't played since like 2013 or 2014.
Yeah, some
coming back.
comebacks.
Well, yeah, so we're going to start with the bottom. So we're going to start by mentioning the teams that unfortunately didn't make it this year. Start off with Croatia at 48th place. Did not play last year, so this is one of the new teams in OWC. Maybe not new in lifetime, but at least they did not play last year, right? So if just as a mention on the overlay, if it says last year's placing is 64th, that's what that means. It means they didn't play last year. It's a bit of a shame we're not going to see the Fart Lord in OWC. I just have to mention that. I'm sorry.
Maybe next year, of course.
Next year. There's always next year.
All right, so let's move on now to the seed 47. It's going to be Latvia. Latvia is also a team that was very, very present throughout OWC's history. Unfortunately, they're not really going to be present this year. Yeah, I think a lot of people were curious to see a Kolibed, considering he's ranked 13th.
Yeah, extremely high ranked player. And of course, a lot of names there that have played in many OWCs in the past, but this year it's not going to be them making it through to the brackets. So
Unfortunately, low all-around performance with a lot of teams doing extremely well this year. Just the competitiveness of all of it means that, you know, putting up the same performance that you did last year is not necessarily enough this year.
Yep. So moving on now, seed 46 is going to be Colombia. Again, a new team this year. I believe it might be their first time ever playing OWC. I'm not quite sure. I don't really remember the last time they played, but yeah, I think being a relatively new team just wasn't good enough, it looks like.
Yeah, really good experience though. A lot of the players coming in pretty new to the high end of the OWC, but of course they can take this experience and bring it in for next year.
Of course, let's now move on to Thailand. It's going to be at seed 45. Again, a new team. Not the first time they play, but yeah.
Yeah, Thailand have had some strong performances in OWC over the years. Have some strong players, but unfortunately the results didn't go their way this year. Just how it is. You can see, like, they have some very solid players, but not this year, I'm afraid, for Thailand.
All right, let's move now to Hungary, the seed number 44. We're gonna kind of like speed run through these until we get to maybe like 34, 35, something like that. We'll see. But yeah, Hungary, I think, also played last year. Last year they also did not qualify, and I believe last year was their first time playing. So a bit of an not, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's an improvement, but they did do a good performance on Hidden 2. Which is notoriously a map that a lot of teams struggled on. So there's that.
The rest, unfortunately, didn't go so well. But yeah, that Hidden 2 score is actually pretty solid. But yeah, I mean, with the higher end of competition this year, certainly keeping the work going, try and improve it on next year. You need to work on some of that stuff other than Hidden 2, I guess.
Being one of the newer teams, they'll slowly figure out what they need to work on over the years and show up maybe a little bit better.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so moving on now to a team that repeated their exact same placement this year. Here goes Switzerland. Yeah, 43 again. So, you know, they're pretty consistent. It's worth noting, I think CXV did pretty good. I think in relation to most of the other scores in the qualifiers from every team. Unfortunately, this is a team game, so...
Yeah, very neutral in terms of everything that they put up for all their scores on the maps as well. Almost the same for every mod going around.
Yeah, and Chili, why don't you go ahead and talk about the next couple of teams, right? You're going to announce 42?
Next up, we have 42 Team Vietnam. They placed the same as last year, once again, 42. Same as Switzerland. A couple known players from tournament community coming around this year, but low numbers all across the board. Again, a common theme that we see in these lower level teams here that have not qualified, unfortunately. Best player notably is Uichan, up there below the captain too on there. Best map is a double time for them at the 22nd. So a good performance on some, but overall, work on it for next year again.
Yeah, again, a pretty consistent team. 42 again.
We have next up skipping to Uruguay, who placed 41 this year. They did not qualify last year, but a little bit closer in the 35th spot, so dropped just with a lot of the better teams coming by this year. Blocks, most notably, number 65 on their team, trying to do anything he could, putting up as their best player this year, but not slipping through quite yet. I think we have next up is going to be Peru. This is a team that did not show up last year. Had a pretty good showing this year, 40th. Not quite at the top 32, just a little bit below it. Arnold, 24x24, has been popping up a lot in the tournament scene lately, putting up a good performance for his team. Unfortunately, not a ton of people in Peru to field a team, although they, once again, one of those non-qualifying teams having a good performance on the Hidden 2, a thing we've seen a couple of teams now.
I think that can probably largely be attributed to Arnold. Like, he's kind of known to be able to play that type of map, right?
Arnold's
yeah, for sure. It's really good to see him able to take part in this year's OWC, though. It's really good to see. But for the team, not going to be in terms of the bracket stage.
So close yet so far. Next up is our 39th seed. It will be Lithuania. They did not play last year. Again, that is a team that has showed up this year. Some good players on the team with Lithuania. Shinaru was their best player for qualifiers overall. A team that did pretty consistent across all of their mods, best being hidden on a couple of their players here, but the low scores there, taking the 39th spot, coming a little bit closer.
Yeah, Dooms, how about you go and introduce a couple of teams?
Oh yeah, the next one, appearing in 38th, is actually a surprise for me. It's actually Denmark. Won't be making it through to the bracket stage this time. Historically, a pretty strong team. Certainly does pretty well in the last few years. Many solid players. Sporklover, long-time captain. And a fairly solid team overall, but the level of competition this year has been really high, and they're not going to make it through qualifiers this year. Of course, Sporklover did do well again.
Biggest.
I think
It's a big one, man. I was a big surprised when I saw this, but I suppose this time it just wasn't to be.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest surprise of the teams that are not qualifying. It's been unfortunate, especially since they've been playing for such a long time. There's one other team in there that's going to come up soon as well that I'm a little bit surprised over, but we'll get to that soon.
Yeah. In 37th, it is going to be the Czech Republic, who also won't be making it through this time. A team that has played in the group stages and bracket stages of previous tournaments won't make it through this time. Another team with some solid names in their roster. Poggers, CZ, and Bloodbursting and Nitrom have been very solid this year, but not going to be for this team. Solid runs on that Hot Up 2, though. It's a fairly solid placement for them, but unfortunately not to be. Poggers CZ was their strongest player. Did pretty well for them in this qualifier, but unfortunately, no progression this year.
Yeah, let's now move on to Belgium, which was the other, I think this is a surprise. Yeah, Belgium not going to be making it this year, 36. Last year they barely, I think they barely did. I think they qualified pretty well, but was not able to get any wins. But yeah, a lot of very notable tournament players in here, especially in recent years in community tournaments. So it's a bit of a surprise to see not doing so good. Yeah, better luck next year.
'35th, it is going to be Spain, who managed to just get through just about in the last round, but this time they will not be getting through. Antonio did very well for them in the qualifier stage. They were missing a few players from last year that did pretty well for them. But this year, this new team can't quite make it to the brackets. Really close, though. 35th, unfortunately.
Check out that Nomad 1.
11 and then 21 and Nomad 2
11,
as well. The Nomad.
Nomad 1 team. No, it's hard to be consistent on these Nomad 1s. It tends to see a lot of silly misses. But so 3.4 million at this level is actually really good.
For sure.
But it's just not enough, unfortunately.
Notable, almost having their other average scores on the mods as well at 27. Next up is Slovakia in 34th seed, doing a little bit better than they did last year, actually, coming from 36th. Their best map, very notably a low one as well, number 11 on that DT1 spot. A good spade lineup here. Tikef, most notably, their strongest player overall this year, especially on those stream maps. A decent team backing him up, but with, again, a lot of the hard teams showing out this year, it is a lot to put a qualifying team together.
And again, that DT1.
A few good players on that squad as well. But this year, man, it's just so close, but not enough, unfortunately, for Slovakia.
And we'll now move on to the last non-qualifying team. It's going to be Portugal. They did not qualify last year, 38th again to 33, so slight upgrade. Unfortunately, just wasn't good enough.
It's agonizing for Portugal. The upgrade, but still, it ends here for them. Some solid players as well, King Lizard and Mizuru. But Mackie Donalds was their strongest player, who's been playing very well in tournaments this year. doing well for his team, but it's one of those, man. The seed 33. Oh man.
It's one of those experiences where you kind of just remember, you learn this moment, you'll remember this, and then you'll get better because you don't want to be C33 again. It's never a good feeling. I think it was Argentina last year.
It was Argentina, yeah.
And I mean, they did. I mean, I guess it's not really much of a spoiler because we just mentioned all the teams that did not qualify, but Argentina did get better and qualify, so we'll get to that soon enough. Yeah. But yeah, that's all the teams that did not make the tournament this year. So better luck next year. Hope to see you again. And now we'll get straight into the teams that qualified. So at 32, barely qualifying, it's going to be Malaysia. Last year again, it was so close. 34, they didn't make it. This time they did.
A team with a lot of pedigree in the past, actually. Malaysia have had some very strong teams. They've been high seed in previous years. Some very solid players they've had. Like X-Serious Business comes to mind as a very strong Malaysian player of the past. But this time, though, they will get a chance at the bracket stage in 32nd seed.
Now, at 31st, also qualifying, did not make it through last year. It's going to be the Philippines. And yeah, pretty similar story. Pretty good performance on the Hiddens, most notably, I would say.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, a big difference on the low there, and the double time they really made a push for this year as well. 26th. It's just, you see the difference from these qualifying teams versus the non-qualifying. It's the well-roundedness of just the lower average score on mods you saw as we approached the top 32. There was maybe one mod category that they had a good score in, but you start to hit those more well-rounded teams where they're able to put up low scores here, and the Philippines proving that this year from last year as well. Zone Luis putting up a good performance for them, and Hyok as well. Both of them top scoring almost every map for their team.
All right, how about the next one, Chili?
I think we have next up will be the 30th spot, Austria. This is a team that is coming back from last year. They made or not coming back from last year. My apologies. They are showing up and qualifying this year in the 30th spot with some notable players. We have Goose Fedora as their best player, and a lot of low average scores. Again, most notable scores on Hard Rock 1 and Nomad 4 with 17th and 19th. They did also have their 416th ranked FIDE had a Nomad 3 FC, which is something that was pretty far and few between over all the qualifiers.
That is solid. I actually should mention as well, they did actually qualify last year. That's a mistake. They did make it to the brackets. They had a nice run, actually. But yeah, no doubt. A team with a lot of pedigree, and another one that's had some very, very solid performances in the past. The likes of Goose Fedora, Tepi, all have been doing very well and did very well last year. Mika appearing on the roster this year is going to be exciting for a lot of viewers, I'm sure. Rank 4 in the world, very solid double time player. So we'll see how he does.
All right. So moving on now to the seed number 29. It's going to be Turkey. Again, last year barely made it. I believe they were like seed 30 or 31 or something.
32?
Slight improvement. Yeah, I mean, DT2, Nomad 1, pretty good mechanical players.
Turkey, of course, notable for being the only team last year to hold a lead against the US, taking the first map in that round of 32 match. Certainly, considering the team that US fielded last year, this year, they can take that to this year and maybe bring it even further than that, depending on who they draw, of course, which we'll find out later.
Making a good performance improvement, going up 3 seeds from last year. I remember it was the big talk of the tournament, Turkey kind of squeezing in that 32nd qualifier spot, and now kind of boosting themselves up to the 29th spot, making those improvements, maybe seeing some more fun stuff from them this year. Their best player was actually their captain this year as well. Hey Roni, being a big player for them. As we slide into the number 28th spot next, the Ukraine, who did not qualify last year. They put together a very strong team this year with a lot of lineup changes, and have proven that they are able to qualify with the players they put together here.
Yeah, Ukraine have always been on the edges. I remember in 2013 they had a good run. And of course, this is a big upgrade in how they did last year. So I imagine they are very relieved that they are going to be able to play the brackets this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of pretty recognizable names. I think Sadness most notably, at least for me.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Ukraine. So moving on now to 27th, it's going to be Mexico. And yeah, a lot of upgrades on this team as well. They qualified quite well last year, but yeah, Nomad 1 being the best map for a team that's seeded 27th, getting a 12th best score. Certainly really good.
Yeah, another big Nomad 1 team, it seems. Strong mechanical players. 4 players return, 4 new names, but their core roster stays. So, and they had some good results in the last year's tournament. Certainly curious to see how they do this year.
Yeah, so at the very beginning of this stream, I mentioned there's a couple teams that it's been a while since they've been here. Here's one of them. Let's talk about Estonia at seed 26. I believe this team has not played since 2012 or 2013 or something. I don't have this stat. It's been a very long time. But qualifying without any issues. Seed 26 here. Again, a lot of pretty notable players on this team, namely Abyssal and Tiger Claw. I think most people are going to be familiar with, and really good performance on the streamy Nomad Juvenile.
Yeah, there's a few up-and-coming players here, and Sentha is a very solid player as well, the captain this year. They have a pretty decent core, and the new players that are coming in, like those newer players that maybe are new to many people, Eminem and Save Me, done very well. Certainly an exciting team, because the unknown prospect, how will they do in the brackets? I'm so curious.
It was a very good qualifier performance as well. It was a very close tie between the map scores on Abyssal and Senthe for the top, or rather the best player for their team, or most important. So, you know, showing that they can come out this first year and make a big difference in their team and push them to a good qualifying spot to start off for the first time in a long time this year.
For sure, we're now going to move on to seed number 25. It's going to be Israel. And yeah, I think this is also a pretty significant upgrade. Seed 25 from 40 last year. I think could largely attribute that to Silver not being map pool as he was last year, I believe.
Yeah, he was map pooling last year, but this time he's actually going to be playing for Team Israel, and a player of massive pedigree, certainly going to be boosting his team to this stage. And as the tournament progresses, he's going to be a big linchpin for this team. Many old players, though, returning. Mr. Potato, who was the captain for Israel for many years, returns, not as the captain this year, I believe, but also Galog returning from the previous year will now get a chance to play in the brackets this time. So
yeah,
we'll see how they do.
Honestly, I would quickly just mention Silver, but they have really good team scores. It's number 7 on Nomad 2 and number 9 on Hard Rock 1. That is insane for a team of this seed. That is extremely good. It's higher than some of the top 8 players, top 8 teams, top 4 teams even.
Yeah, you know what? Looking at that, actually, this seed might be kind of brutal because, of course, you see that number 9 on Marasa paired with the rank 31 really tanking that. So, yeah, it's pretty strong for this seed. Wow.
Yeah, they probably don't want to talk about what happened on Hard Rock 2.
Yeah,
so let's move on now to the top 24. It's going to be Finland. And again, pretty similar placing. They were 25th to 32nd last year. Freezed, I think, most notably last year, really showed up in the early stages with like free mod HDHRs, got MVPs across all teams on a couple of them. and they did really good on DT, as we can see.
Yeah, they have a lot of new players that are up and coming. Another one of those teams, and some that we've even seen before. I think I would most notably pick out Shadows, who was their most important player out of qualifiers, top scored the most maps for their team. I believe he's also dropped over maybe 1,000 ranks over the past month or so. So he's made vast improvements in his speed and streaming ability and Hard Rock on here. So seeing him on the team this year is going to make a big difference for them, along with a lineup that was already fairly solid, pushing them just past that qualifier spot. You see a DT1, another top 10 qualifying map for them there. Unfortunately, the 29 on DT2 not helping once again, but those top 10s are big.
Yeah, it's a team that progresses every year, I feel. They get a little bit better and a bit more scary. And certainly this lineup can cause some close games against some of the tougher opponents if it goes their way. So we'll see how they do.
And now, speaking of teams that did not qualify this year and made significant upgrades, here comes Argentina, who was 33rd. And now they're pretty comfortable. They did extremely good considering that placement, didn't they?
Yeah, they definitely made it work. And a team with, a massive history in this tournament. Appeared in many tournaments consecutively. Of course, last time they barely dropped out, agonizingly so. But this time, certainly a comfortable qualification here. And plenty of solid tournament players in that lineup.
Yeah, this is a team that plays together the majority of the year as well. There's a Argentinian community tournament team that they kind of throw together every once in a while that you'll see quite a bit. But I guess maybe working together a little bit more and figuring out how this comes a full circle, rather, is giving them that big improvement jump that they needed this year with a lot of low average scores, 15th. On DT, which is very good overall.
Certainly. Let's now move on to Singapore at seed number 22. Pretty similar to last year again. I think this is about where you'd expect this team to be in terms of qualifiers, right? They seem to be very consistently around this. They never really have any issues qualifying. I think Lange most notably had some very, very good accuracy scores on this team.
Yeah, I mean, Lange is a solid player, but he top scored in a team that's full of players that have been very solid at this level in the past. GS Blank, been playing for many, many years. He returns. Kitty, very solid tournament player this year. Retizen as well has been putting in good results. Solid speed player. Demonical, very highly ranked, good at mechanics. They got a solid roster this year, and they had a good run last year in the tournament. They'll be hoping to replicate that, because that was a decent run they had.
Yeah, very good qualifiers performance overall. One of the more consistent teams in terms of their placements at this level of seeding, with 18th, 17th, and 18th for all of the modded categories. No mod, really the only thing that's holding them back out of that, top 20 spots here. But 22nd, definitely a well-deserved from Singapore this year.
Here's another team that also underwent a lot of upgrades. Here's Chile at the seed 21. This is probably one of their best qualifier placements in a long time. I think most notably due to the addition of intercambing, would you say?
I'd agree with you on that. Intercambing has been putting in a shift this year. One of the strongest tournament players that's cropped up in the last 12 months or so. Going to be exciting to see how he plays. And honestly, the whole team this year is very solid. IGN as well. Very solid consistency player with very good placements. Alongside an already solid core, including, of course, Mathy, very well-known, highly ranked player. Yes, good team this year. I bet Chilean fans are going to be excited.
Matthew finally having a lot of good late-stage players to back him up this year is going to make Chile a bit of a force in these early rounds here, especially with the consistency that we've seen in a lot of big community tournaments as of lately. Intercambing has just shown up as well. TFGE on the bottom, they're one of their more consistent players in terms of long maps or accuracy as well, so he'll be another good push. So, you know, Chile finally being able to put together that good 4-man roster that they've been looking for a long time now, I think.
All right, so we're getting into pretty spicy territory now. Not necessarily just this pick, but Indonesia at 20. With, again, a very notable DT1 and a lot of big names on this roster. I think most notably with the addition of Lifeline, who I think a lot of people were curious to see playing, being ranked so high.
Yeah, Lifeline certainly has been rocketing up the ranks pretty much in the last 6 months or so. Very recently flying up there. He's had some solid tournament results as well. But alongside him, though, a lot of players with a lot of pedigree over the last few years. Skydiver, a very strong tournament player. Also Ro, formerly known as SMH. Players like this, very solid in tournaments. Fuma and also Wolfred joining. Wolfred being a very solid tournament performer over the last couple of years. They got a lot of consistency power in this Indonesian team to back up that high-ranked grunt.
Yeah, this is one of those teams where you see, it's almost like one of those name brand teams where you kind of know most of the players that are coming out here and showing up. They're not new to tournaments. They're not new to the game in any sense. And them maybe showing up for OWC is something new, but their performance is still the same, and they're gonna, you know, show us from those qualifying scores here. Overall, pretty good in that 13th spot on DT is going to be very big for them, especially with a lot of strong speed rosters this year for most. But, you know, they'll show us what they're made of here. Speaking of good speed rosters, in the 19th spot we have coming up is Italy. They are a little bit close to last year from what they had, number 16th going to 19th here. But a lot of players coming in and, you know, kind of struggled in the DT this year. The Hard Rock and the Hidden and the Nomad, really kind of the opposite of what we saw earlier. But some of the strong players we've seen lately, you know, you have players like Koba and Spazza and Kirochi and Ryuzaki. So the big name players from Italy coming back this year.
I would say the seed is a fluke. This team is way better at DT than their DT seed is showing. So I would be very careful if you happen to be against Italy.
Yeah, for sure. Like, to be fair, this Italian team is almost the same as the one last year. There's only one change. Caretto getting swapped in for Wanda, so new player Wanda in a roster that actually caused quite a few upsets and some really... It ruined some of the pick'ems for many of the viewers here, so that team returns pretty much in its entirety. So we'll see how they do.
And now coming up next, it's going to be Netherlands. Again, a very staple team in the OWC. Lots of recognizable names on here. And yeah, pretty good Nomad and Hard Rock performances out of them. But yeah, again, this is also one of those name recognition teams. Everyone, pretty much everyone, except maybe two players, everyone is going to be very familiar with.
Yeah, plenty of old school names here. Vivlium, Tarku, Jackilam 5, Amnesia, and Skyrovania all are very well versed in the OWC. They're all very scary players. They all return backed up with some new Dutch blood. We'll see how they do.
Yeah, it's a country with a lot of depth. They always come back, you know, each year with some remaining players and some new ones that have been showing up as of late as well. So, you know, their skill kind of runs from the top to the bottom all the way through in that consistent performance for the Netherlands. So they always give us a show every year.
Yeah, those the Alternate and the Techie map in Nomad having some very good scores. 11th and 14th respectively. Certainly handy on those technical and alt-heavy Nomads. And of course, I guess, Vivlium having the best run of this team. Maybe not too much of a surprise. Vivlium has always been very solid in these tournaments, and he's done it again for his team in these qualifiers.
Yeah, very good. The Hard Rock as well. Look at those low 15th and 17th. So the precision as well. Good for them.
So the next two teams are probably going to end up being the most entertaining match of the round of 32. So 17 and 16 obviously are going to be facing each other. So let's get into seed 17 Norway. Again, a lot of familiar names on this roster, and I mean, look at the hidden placing. I mean, I don't think it's surprising anyone, but look at it.
Yeah, this the stereotype of Norway being the hidden team ain't gonna change much, especially when you look at Yokespie and GN being on the same team. No Shu this year, but certainly plenty of scary players and old school names that everyone has seen watching this tournament for many years. Kevzi as well returns for another year, as well as Fiel.
That
Yeah,
DT2.
That is the product of a lot of the switches that Norway have made this year and a lot of improvement as well. Fiel being their top scorer this year for the team, but adding players like Marcus to this roster who are very proficient and even late round speed and the consistency. This is probably the most well-rounded Norway we have seen in a very long time with these roster switches.
Actually, I think it's quite interesting to see the difference between both their DT placements. That's going to be interesting. I'm not sure what information to get out of that if you were playing this team, which is going to be Romania at seed 16, is going to be playing Norway. Get the card on screen. There you go. So 11% of the people who entered their pick'ems had Romania in their top 8. So yeah, they're 16th, maybe a little bit lower than a lot of people expected. But yeah, still some good showing on a few of the maps, though, notably DT and Hard Rock too.
Yeah, they definitely had those scores that were just incredibly scary. Like 3.7 million on that Hard Rock 2 is no joke, and a lot of the players that played in that last campaign, the one that was one of the most fun sort of routes in OWC 2019 to follow. A lot of them are back. Badu, Afterwind, Shu, Eternum, Maxim Bogdan, Christy, and Rowley all played then. Only one swap with Luke Chibuchi coming in on that 8th spot. So most of that team, that motley crew, returns for another run. And yeah, some of those scores are very scary. It's just, I guess some of the other scores drop the seed a bit, but it's still a comfortable progression. But wow, it's led into a very solid first match for them against Norway.
It's always a fun team to watch. You never know what they pull out of the bag this time. So here's another team that's probably going to destroy a lot of pick'ems. 25% of people had this team in their top 8, and they're placing at 15th. But most notably, this team at the 15th seed has the best hidden one score of the entire qualifier stage.
Yeah, that hidden one. It was a tough map. I mean, number one having 3.1 million. Yeah, but yeah, of course, the seed doesn't necessarily reflect that, but anyone that watches OWC knows what Taiwan is capable of. This team is full of scary tournament players. Just Shield, Flask, Sheen Enrico, GFMRT, the whole squad. You can't really pick out one.
Yeah, everyone's
a terrifying spot for a 15th seed.
Yeah.
Scary team.
Again, like this is not a 15th team, 15th seed team. Excuse me. Like this is very much a scary experience for whoever gets to face them, which I believe they will face off against the Netherlands first.
Yes, I think. I don't know. This is one of those teams where they show up as a little bit lower in the seeding because their all-round performance isn't necessarily something that they maintain. But if you look at things like HD1 and HR2 and even Nomad 3 that we mentioned, they certainly have their maps that they are proficient at. And there are the places that, duly noted, you need to be scared of this team if you are facing up against them. Completely following Taiwan from 15th to the 14th seed is a team that everyone knows all too well over the course of OWC. China, a team that I feel like almost shows up completely different in terms of how they perform every year, but with a solid performance and a good team that is returning a lot of returning players this year, they're going to look to make another good run.
Yeah, again, a lot of recognizable names on this team. Notably, Crystal, I think, has done so much in community tournaments. David as well, and Burger Fox, which used to be known as Kurumi. Pretty much everyone on this team has a lot of experience, not only just in OWC, but also in community tournaments. It's actually quite a scary team to go against. Really solid no-mod performances, and just a lot of experience. Extreme and GGBY, notably just playing OWC so many times. I think this is GGBY's 8th OWC or something ridiculous like that. Like, he's been here for a long time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, actually, it's his 9th OWC this, so yeah. Incredibly experienced player. This team, as mentioned, yeah, a lot of returning names, but I feel like the vast majority have significantly improved. So an already scary team from 2019, even scarier this year. Of course, as well, Emetexi as well returning is a big deal. Played in previous Chinese teams, but not last year. Very solid DT player. Back in the roster.
And now here's a team that's been improving a lot, I think mostly due to a player that goes by the name of Reedcat. Here's Sweden at seed 13. I believe this is their highest seeding in a long time as well. Very scary team, very upcoming in community tournaments. A lot of these players, not just Reedcat, but yeah, a lot of big names on this. Pretty scary performances across the board.
Yeah, the Swedish team is... personally one of the most exciting teams this year to watch, because yeah, a lot of these players have been popping off in tournaments, and of course Sweden have been slowly building their team under the radar over the last couple of years, but this team truly is very strong, and I'm so curious to see how this year goes for them.
They have a lot of good players with the improvement this year, and a couple of changes from previous years. I know, Reedcat with probably one of the fastest improving over the past year names in the tournament community. He has absolutely just rolled through players that, we would never have expected. And their seeding this year is very reflected by their improvement in skill. 8 and 6 on Nomads 1 and 2, and 7th on DT1. So some top 8 spots on quite a few maps. HR2 just barely missing it. You also have players like Endros, the number 1 in the country. I believe he has a flag change from Mexico, so he's a newer addition to the Swedish team in OWC, but a welcome one with his raw mechanics skill as of late.
Now here's a team that's going to destroy a lot of pick'ems, because 84% of people who selected their pick'ems entered this in their top 8. It's going to be UK at the 12th seed. A lot of, most notably losing Spare and Carthy is quite a big hit. I think they're still doing quite good. But yeah, kind of have a little bit of a hill to climb just from seeding. They're gonna have a lot of pretty scary matchups.
Yeah, the level of competition this year is insane, and even though, yeah, compared to last year, not quite that incredibly high placement that we've had, we're coming into this with a solid seed, and I think the team that the UK is building this year is looking to build the next set of big UK OWC players. A lot of new names that have been coming up in this year and last year. Of course, seeing Majora and Blue return, but 2 new players, Kingling and Malteser, joining the roster this year for the first time, who have been improving incredibly quickly over the last 12 months. Finally get their chance. Of course, Bubbleman returns, the ever-present captain, and I managed to sneak in somewhere. But yeah, I think we have a good team this year. I think we'll do all right. We'll do our best, of course.
I think they have a very good team. Malteser and Kingling are very welcome additions, I feel like, to this team. Kingling has been putting in probably more hours than anyone that I have seen in this game in the past couple of months in terms of playtime, and Malteser really working on, improving his higher skill caps here. Notably, both of them each top scoring a map for the UK team this year as the new players in qualifiers. So definitely pulling their weight more than they need to here.
Yeah, Majori and Blue also doing some really good performances. Lots of MVPs for both of them. So it's pretty interesting to see how all of their players develops. Let's now move on to Seed 11. It's going to be Japan. And yeah, I mean, also this is this is a team that has a lot of question marks from a lot of people, a lot of new players that we're not too familiar with, and it looks like they're pretty good.
Yeah, it's Japanese team has been building up after the golden years, I suppose, of just before 2015. But yeah, now this team is just full of very scary players. I think last year they had a pretty unlucky draw, to be honest, with some of the teams they drew. And maybe didn't get as far as they would do this year. But this time, they are back for another go. Of course, Varvalion, the ever-present, incredibly strong player, both in solo and in tournaments. Alongside Dectopia returning, Delis returning as well, under his actual name, as well as A-Blue, among a very strong team of other players as well. So how are they going to do this year? It's hard to call, but they can certainly do well.
We don't have the stats ready yet for this, but I believe Varvalion was one of the top performing players across all of qualifiers, across all teams. He has the highest Nomad 1 score, that's what we know, and he has the second highest DT1 score as well. Those are just two of them, right? So it's done really good. It's always nice to have a player like that on your team.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at that Nomad 1 as well. They had the second best score on that Nomad 1, almost 4 million score.
And that's very impressive. Japan is always one of those teams, I think, that shows up with the aim every year. It's always, I feel like it's scary sometimes to see that, the Japanese team is somehow every year, no matter what roster change they pull out, is able to be like one of the top 3 Nomad 1 aim consistency teams every year. So it runs deep with them here with that mechanics ability. And no shortage of that in our next team as well. A team that may surprise some people, maybe not surprising people with some of their roster changes.
They surprise us every year.
Yeah, really. Number 10, Hong Kong, coming up once we get that card change. There we are. 10 seed. They were 8 seed last year, so very similar to what they did. But look at that. 7th and 6th on Nomad and Hard Rock, with number 3 on 3 of the Nomad maps.
3 is the magic number. Yeah, this Hong Kong team, every year they're always so great to watch. A team that always goes above and beyond. But now they're a known quantity. Everyone knows how strong these guys are. Names like Denny and Nezar, formerly known as CLP, been playing in this tournament for many, many years. Chaos Litz returns as the ever-present captain.
Yeah, always kind of like I think Hong Kong is probably the most, maybe not so anymore because they've caught up in ranks a little bit, but they were definitely a big beneficiary of the qualifier system being introduced, because this team would often be put in like low seed or bottom seed because of their ranking. They've never really been a team at that level. There's been a lot of upsets about that. So no, there you go. They have an appropriate seed this time. And
that was the Wild West, that was. Hong Kong bottom seeding every year. Oh my gosh.
So now for the last remaining team outside of the top 8 at 48% of Pick'em top 8 picks, it's going to be Brazil, just barely making it out. And look at those DT scores.
Oh, yeah, those are pretty high. Wow. The speedy team. So scary, not only on DT, which they've always been very solid on DT, but they're such a scary all-around team. Many players returning. Of course, Mouse Easy, the captain, and one of the strongest players of the last few years in this tournament, returns. Korian Maluko as well, formerly known as My Angel Sim, who played last year, returns alongside Mistia and Nissan joining in. Louise as well returns. I believe Tusk and Dada, this is the first tournament they're playing this time. Of course,
They
Dada,
are
formerly
new.
a map cooler,
I believe
plays
so.
this year.
Yeah, it's worth noting Mouse Easy played 9 of the 10 maps and FC'd 7 of them. Just Mouse Easy things, you know? This shouldn't surprise anyone. He kind of just goes. But yeah, there's a couple of people that caught on to it in chat. There's a team that kind of hasn't been mentioned yet.
In the top 8.
In the top 8 that I think a lot of people did not expect in the top 8, evidently. It's not quite yet, though. Let's get into the 8th seed, Australia, at a lot of correct predictions, 77%. Australia, notably one of the rosters that's just keeps getting better every single year. And of course, the addition this time of Emrek, I guess, who's very, very good in solo play. But I think most notably Machine, who absolutely popped off in qualifiers, playing 8 maps and FCing 6 of them.
I guess you could say he was a machine in that qualifier lobby. But yeah, this team is absolutely fantastic in terms of tournament performance. I'm so sorry. But yeah, Dummy, Ugadi, and Ryriku, all very solid. Secret Box as well. They're so good in tournaments this year. And this year, many people have been excited about Australia's top 3 prospects, maybe even beyond. And you can understand why looking at this roster.
I think this is one of those teams where their seeding is a little bit lower than I think what they probably deserve, putting up that 5th and 6th spots on Nomad Hidden and DT Hard Rock. Really the only thing holding them back this year. And I think with a lot of their lineup, they could improve upon that quite a bit. So Australia is a team to be scared of. I think, you know, they showed up last year with a very good roster and, you know, didn't exactly perform to the level that maybe a lot of people thought they were going to. And then, you know, they came out this year and everyone, you know, are going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Top 8 again. You're going to push their way in, and they, you know, they finally made it with that 8th spot with that, you know, really high performance on those 3 categories there. And I think we all know what's coming next.
I could be wrong, but I believe this team is, just by a solo rank, I believe they're the 2nd highest team in terms of like average rank behind the USA, I believe.
I think
But,
it looks like it. A lot of
yeah.
2-digit rankings there.
Yeah, so at number 7 with 7% of top 8 picks. This is the trump card. Here comes France out of absolutely nowhere. Notoriously struggling over the years, but not this year. They've come into play the absolute best Hard Rock score of any other team. Yeah, where did this team come from?
This lineup really, like, out of left field with all of this, I feel like. Look at that
The thing with France, though... Nah, go on.
No, I was gonna say that the score is all around with this team. Just the number 1 spot on Hard Rock modification for this team this year, and number 4 unhidden as well. That is 2 single place spots, and that number 1 is a very hard spot to steal. France showing up with that.
Yes, they have had some issues in the last few years in terms of getting out of the early stages, but they've always had a strong team. They've always had scary players, but for one reason or another, it just doesn't seem to happen. But after this qualifier performance across the board, maybe this year is their year to really push on in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually just really looking forward to this because I've always felt for the last 4 or 5 years or something that this team it didn't feel like they were playing to the level that I feel like they should be playing at. It looks like they're maybe addressing those issues this time, and yeah, they're just coming in steamrolling a lot of teams that I think people expected to get top 8. But yeah, really, really solid performance, best in a long time. Very interested to see how this leads them in the tournament. Let's now get into seed number 6. It's going to be Russia. And yeah, Russia, look at those DT scores, pretty good. The best Nomad 4 score as well, which was the tech map of the pool. Yeah, I mean, I think, expected placement for Russia, right? They're kind of always, they've been here for a very, very long time, and they've always been very scary.
Yeah, they've had they've always had good results. They always get up to, say, like, top 12, top 6, but then when they hit there, sometimes they might hit a roadblock. They'll hit one of the higher seed teams and just can't get past them. But they always have very solid placements every year, and their roster seems to keep returning. Lots of names returning year on year and proving that they're still up there. Red Pixel, Talalar, Okinatori all return alongside Alametri, very highly ranked player who did very well last year. Gasha returns as well, another solid player. The Russian roster is always a scary one to face, and this year they're going to go at it again with another very solid seeding.
I think Russia's one of those teams. They show up every year. They're really, really strong for the entire tournament, and they're very consistent with how they perform in the tournament. And then, they hit the really late stages. You start to hit around, semifinals range, and as you mentioned, they kind of hit that wall a little bit where they either hit a really good team or maybe just aren't able to perform up to the levels of some of the teams that they're facing against. And I wonder if some of those roster changes this year, as well as some of the improvements coming out, are going to give them maybe that edge that they've just been looking for, just that slight bit to push them maybe out of that missing top 8 range.
Yeah, one thing to quickly mention, the seed for the actual seeding, or rather the average rank for seed 5 to 13 was really close. It was really close. So all of these teams kind of just slot in their own slots, but it was very, very close. Russia is at number 6, getting an average rank of 9.8, and I believe Japan at 11 had an average rank of 12.5. It was extremely close between all of the teams in between, but Russia kind of coming out on top of that clump. There's one more team at number 5 that was also very close at an average rank of 9.4. So the number 5 seed is going to be Korea. And again, a lot of unknown players on this team, and kind of always worried, maybe they're a bit unknown, know about them. Turns out they're pretty good, because number 5 seed, I think, better than a lot of people would have given them credit for, considering there's 4 new players on this team, I believe, this year.
Yeah, I believe it's 4. Yeah, 4 new players. I'm getting deja vu with that, though, Aza, because I think we said the exact same thing last year. And then they went all the way with that new roster. Like, South Korea pump out some very good players that just happen to fly under the radar. So yeah, the 4 new players are Nelly Toru, Nope, KJK, Ryutel Koch joining the roster. Definitely have big boots to fill, and from the seeding results, I think they can do it.
They're going to push up the performance that they've been looking for, and I think they have a lot of really good replacements. As you mentioned, those shoes to fill. They're missing Gomo Silvar this year, Aristia, DDM, and Firebat. Those are 4 players that are probably, were probably the best of the best at what they did at some point, and it is going to be very good to see all of these new players get the chance to prove themselves on a big stage this year on a team that has quite a bit to live up to, getting that number 2 spot last year, falling only to the United States in Grand Finals.
Yep, Karuna was their best player in qualifiers, and no surprise, Karuna, very consistent performer, very rarely has an off day in these tournaments. So certainly one that the Koreans will be pinning their hopes on alongside their core 4, which do return. Zeus, Flying Tuna, and Ponytail returning were 4 of their core players last year. So we'll see how they do.
I think next up we have a team that, I think there's been a lot of discussion about this year, given the appearance of one singular player. It is Germany in our 4th spot, 96% of the votes for top 8. Most notably being joined by White Cat this year, Smarty, and Neox. Hallowatcher is returning, I believe, from hiatus, if I'm not incorrectly, but Hello Watcher has played before and is returning now. But a solid Germany roster, placing in qualifiers, seeding the exact same as they did last year as a final performance in the tournament, and a ridiculously strong performance in qualifiers from Dust Ice, who is the returning champion of Germany every year. I feel that he is the one that puts up so much score for them every time. And that number 2 score and 4th and 7th, top 8 in every single mod category.
Yeah, I actually thought it was pretty interesting that when you look at this team, you mostly just think of Whitecat and Dust Ice, obviously, but actually their best performance was on Hidden.
Yeah.
That was a big surprise to me. This actually just changed because there's another player on the team we haven't introduced yet that kind of took in and sniped the number 1 spot. But Whitecat actually getting almost the top score on the AR8 Hidden, which I think is kind of a plot twist. I think a lot of definitely not something you think about when you hear about Whitecat, right? But that's very interesting. It's good to see that he can play those things, and that Germany is really benefiting from them.
Yeah, no doubt. This German team have always been terrifying opponents, but I think the addition of Whitecat, where if they manage to get all the way to those end game grand finals pools, that's where Whitecat's addition could make a big difference to this German team and get in all the way. So it's exciting times. So many people have been hyping up Germany, and I think I can see why.
They're probably the strong, even though they're only 4th seed, they're probably, in most people's eyes, the strongest contender for the USA, which we'll talk about soon enough. Not yet. But yeah, so that's the Germany at the 4th seed. There's only 3 teams remaining. Let's get into the 3rd seed, which is going to be Poland. And again, Wolf was the one that sniped the AR8 Hidden top score. But yeah, I mean, just again, Poland, I think flies under a few radars. Last year, they were a little bit underestimated as well in the qualifiers. They kind of came in, and I think they were 5th seed or 3rd seed. No, I think they were 3rd seed again last year. But yeah, pretty consistent performance across the board, which is, I think, what you want to see. I think when you're looking at qualifier stats, you want to see a team that's good at everything, and they sure are good at everything.
I think this is a team that is bringing back a lot of a previous roster, or either making very big improvements from what we've seen. We saw Poland take the win in OWC 2017 against the United States, or it was 2018, and I am completely off. But a team 2017, we did have it, and they have a lot of players this year that are either returning from that or are much better. Notably Marek Maruka and Bartek, 2 names that if you are around the tournament community, you hear very, very often as of late. Marek, especially this year. I think Bartek's was kind of the earlier part of the year. But those 2 players being joined by, a lot of the, Rafis and Wubwolf and a lot of players that are returning as well. And some new ones as well, Mastas and Aldrush. And I'm not sure if Twosh is completely new, but they have a solid roster of returning and upcoming players as well.
Yeah, he is actually a new player. Yeah, Twodge Stara, formerly known as Michi, is new this year, but he has been making waves in community tournaments and in solo. So those additions are very strong. Master Ash actually has been very solid in tournaments, as well as the OC matchmaking queue as well. So he's definitely been putting in the work in terms of tournaments and consistency. Really strong roster this, but it always is.
Lots of scary names. As always. There's never been a year where Poland has not been that scary. But yeah, so we're gonna move on now. There's only 2 teams remaining. Let's get into the number 2 seed, Canada. What?
Yep. Can you tell us a little bit about Canada, Razor? I think you might know.
Would you like to explain what happened here?
Sure thing, yeah. So as it turns out, I guess we're pretty good at DT and Hard Rock and No Mod, supposedly. Well, let's not talk about that Apocalypse score, but yeah, a lot of pretty good performances across the board. A lot of recurring names as well. I mean, Ryuke and Yummy and Stoof and Trev coming back from last year. Of course, myself. We have 3 new rookies this year with Zuni, Nader, Recursion, and Nick. And yeah, all of them very much pulled their weight, evidently. So it's pretty interesting to see what ends up happening later on in the stages, because Canada is historically a team that is pretty strong early, but doesn't quite have the roster to play the later stage pools, especially when we get the finals. So we'll see what happens.
There was a point where Canada was the not DT team, but I think that idea is firmly in the dirt now, looking at those DT scores.
Yeah, wow. I think the consistency overall with this team just putting up with a lot of good additions to the team. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about all 3 of the new additions, but a lot of good mod fills and maybe places that Canada was potentially lacking in last year that are, being rounded out by a very good 4th player for a roster this year. And even, those returning players that have been performing very well in past years. And, it came down to a very close, I think, Yummy in my tummy for qualifiers was a big fighter alongside our very own Azer here for Canada. So the 2 of them putting up the most top scores for their team. And Canada is really soaring through the qualifiers this year.
It was very much a team effort, I'd like to add. And speaking of team efforts, this team needs no introduction. Your top seed of OWC 2020, it's going to be the United States. Is there really any surprise here? I mean, look at these scores. What is this?
Yeah.
They're almost top on everything except for Hard Rock.
They are back to defend their crown once again. The US team, absolutely terrifying, but with a lot of new names this year. Lots of big returning ones, of course. No surprise to see Vaxay return. The ever-present former captain Apraxia plays again, but lots of new names getting their chance to shine here. Looking at Kablaze, BTMC making the debuts, as well as Swaggy Swagster, also known as Rectagon, and also I'm a Fancy Lad, who has been putting in a big shift in community tournaments. One of the best players of this year, for sure, in the tournament scene, Fancy.
A big name in the United States. I think the roster this year, most notably, this is the biggest change that we've seen in the United States roster since, 2014 into 2015, maybe. And a lot of good returning players, but there are some that are rightfully so getting their opportunity to prove themselves on this stage. I think, even though Fancy Lad definitely one of the best players of the year right now, kind of going through a lot of these 1v1 big tournaments and community team tournaments. But the player that I think a lot of people should have their eyes on would be Kablaze. She has been around in this community for longer than I can remember and has almost been like right at the edge of OWC every single year, and finally getting the chance to play this year, as well as BTMC getting to fit into the roster. 2 very needed additions as well. A lot of replacing to do with the United States this year and a lot of people to fill. We have Digital Hypno missing this year. Idkey, most notably, map pooling. We are missing Toy and Tony. So those big spots to fill, and the United States has done a very good job of finding some solid, very solid replacements this year.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of it feels to me like this is a bit of it's like a statement from them, there's a lot of questions last year, and not just last year, but kind of every year, that the talent pool of the USA is just so huge that they could field a second team and probably still do really good, right? There's a lot of really big name players who are not playing, and some of them chose not to play, as far as I know, to give room to a lot of these newer players that otherwise would not get opportunities to play. So this arguably is part of the USA B team, right? So I guess we'll get to see if they can still do just as good as they always have. Again, I think most people are mostly looking at Germany in terms of contention. I'm pretty curious to see how that ends up going.
Honestly, going through those qualifying teams, the vast majority of those, there's not that much between them, especially in the first early rounds. I think the early rounds of this tournament, with some of the matchups that these seeding has produced, are going to be a lot closer than some people may be expecting. I mean, I feel like every single year, the level of competition always increases. I mean, I feel like a broken record saying that, but it's true. This year, it's even closer than that.
The entire top 16. The entire top 16 is just very scary, honestly.
All in.
Straight up, yeah. I feel like any team out of that top 16 could have been a top 8, maybe even top 4, maybe even as early as like 3 years ago. The level of contention is extremely high.
Yeah, there's just so much difference in everything and every year in the top 16, and we mentioned the closeness and the points between each of these as you hit the top 8 is just absolutely absurd in how these teams performed. So as we work through these early stages of the tournament, even into the late ones, we'll be seeing a lot of exciting matches. I think even more so than we have in past years.
Greetings, user.
So that is going to be it for the qualifier results. We're not quite done yet, but I believe that'll be it for Chillier and Doomsday. Thank you guys so much for joining us. It was a good time.
It's all good, so good.
Cheers.
Enjoy
Always
casting
fun.
the showcase, Aza.
Yes,
Thank
enjoy
you,
the
and-
map pool.
Yeah, and joining me for the showcase is going to be two of the map poolers. You guys should obviously be very familiar with these two. Been at it for a very long time. It's going to be OMG4s and Kano. Yeah, how's it going, guys?
I'm doing just fine. I mean, how else can you feel after pooling for months? I'm feeling wonderful, great, motivated. How are you, Kano?
I feel splendid, man. It's 8 in the morning and I'm ready for a map pool showcase.
Let's go. Hope you're ready to wake up at 8 in the morning every Sunday, buddy. You're gonna be here for
Super
for a while. So yeah, now we're gonna get slowly but surely we're gonna get into the round of 32 map pool showcase. Just as a disclaimer, because I am a player in the tournament, I've only seen the map names. Oh, I guess we're just getting ready to it. I don't know any of the maps. I haven't seen any of these, so you guys are mostly gonna be the ones talking to us about that. But yeah, let's just get straight into Nomon 1, which is going to be a Skyflame map. How's this one for us?
Yeah, it's a normal one. It's Skyflame, which means it's consistently difficult. It has comfortable jumps in it, as Nomad 1 should have. Otherwise, it's almost 4 minutes, 6.3 stars. That's kind of the Nomad 1 baseline difficulty we're going for. It is easier than the qualifier. Once again, it's just as last year, because that's just the way it is. Qualifier was targeting round of 16 and quarter-final difficulty. So this one's gonna start a bit easier. So we might see a few more upset points here and there on this easier pool, but generally it's a pretty tough round. Yeah, this one being Nomad 1 jumps, I think that's essentially it. I don't think Kano has anything else to say about this one, or do you, Kano? Can you surprise us?
I mean, there isn't really much to say about it. Like, you pretty much summed it up. The map is focused around a lot of aim. You definitely need a lot of aim consistency for this kind of thing, because the jumps are still pretty big despite it being easier than the qualifiers. And as you mentioned, with these map pools that we have coming up, round of 32 will be easier than qualifiers, but only slightly.
Alright, Aza, how was your day? I mean, that's not really a lot here. 4 minutes?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Thanks for asking.
Circles.
Yeah, how does this relate to qualifiers in terms of difficulty? Not just this map, I guess like the whole pool.
So generally, obviously in qualifiers there were 10 maps, so that's just a way smaller sample size. So there's little you can really test except for the most basic skill sets, which will be represented in every single pool. So you will see your approach to 8 hiddens, that's gonna be present. You will see your weird hidden ones, which you saw here. Maybe not as hard as it was in qualifier, but decently enough, right? And you will see your Nomad 1s being jumpy, you will see your stream maps existing the way it was in qualifier.
your ult map, your tech map, but then we also have a bigger pool size, so you will be seeing some more additions of like a bit more speed focus, an extra double time map, and free mod in general, which allows for more weird maps to be picked, right? So we do have the core skill sets represented in every pool, but extra. So that's something a lot of people need to be tested on during the matches. So it's not just a easy prediction from the qualifier results to decide the outcome of a match.
Also, very big up to Skill for getting this replay for us, but I want to add to that as well. Basically, the qualifier pool tends to try and mix and match as many skills as possible together, and as Foz mentioned, you know, we have the introductory of a few extra slots this time around, and the same goes for quarterfinals as well. In qualifiers, we try to mix and match as many skills as possible, which will be tested across all of the pools, not just round of 32, not just round of 16. It includes quarterfinals as well. So, as you can tell from some of the maps that we had last week, there was a few like speed elements that were tested kind of to make it feel Nomad-esque, but not quite. And we sort of have that addition coming in these pools.
How about something that I'm curious about? How about what's the situation on custom maps this year? Not all of them are custom, or what?
Oh yeah, this one's not custom, obviously, even though it's recently resubmitted, but generally this one's not custom. We just kind of changed it. It's easy to have a new map set for it. But like the way we decide on actually going for a custom map is not like courses where we just do everything custom. But this year we're just doing, is something in ranked? No. Alright. Is something in unranked? No. Is there something in unranked we can change and work with the mapper? No. Alright, then let's just get a custom map in. That was the kind of priority list we did for this year.
I'm gonna cut you off so that we can get into Nomad 2. It's going to be, I believe this one is custom. Could be wrong.
This
by
one's
by
custom.
Leader. It's going to be Speed Battle. Again, Leader I think is a pretty common name for Odabusi Nomad 2s. I think he did one last year, right?
Yeah, he was present in, I believe, semi-final stage, or maybe finals. I can't quite remember which one, but I just remember he was doing one of the harder stages. And we felt that Leader's maps definitely fit a lot better in the earlier stages. He seems to map streams in a way where, you know, it sort of feels simplistic. And we kind of wanted to make our Nomad 2s a little bit harder this year as well. But this map features a lot of wide aim, so you'll find that you need a bit of aim control to actually stay on some of these 5-note bursts and the streams themselves. But overall, we've gone for something that just focuses around a lot more stamina compared to the previous years. And you'll probably notice that in these upcoming sections very shortly.
So who's guest?
Good question. Who is Guest Foz?
Who is guest? That is actually a really good question. It wasn't me. I think this might have been Itki. Itki was also kind of dying inside, getting all of these replays. No, not all of them, but like some of them, right? But I don't know who guessed this, and we will see a lot more unknown names. I might probably just have to request a meme list before the showcase from Itki to maybe get a better idea of who is who, because there will be some names which I actually don't know, and it's probably just, you know, meeting around. But yeah, I think Kano kind of said everything on this map. This can be split into, I guess, three sections. The first one is the middle, the beginning, long streams. This middle part here, which has some shorter bursts. Well, these name requirements into a stream, and there's a really long stream then, and then the ending. Yeah, it's mostly the long stream you have to look forward to.
Well, if we don't know who guest is, I'm just going to assume it's Peppy.
It has to.
Thank you, Peppy, for the replay.
I'm surprised he got this good at it. That's why Laser's taking this long. definitely. You'll see the last section, essentially a repeat of the first section. That's essentially the stream map. I think this is kind of the quintessential idea of what Nomad 2 should be, in our opinion. And it's just going to be scaled up in difficulty with like just higher BPM, longer streams. That's what you can expect from Nomad 2.
Yeah, we're trying our best to focus a little bit more on comfortable streams to some extent as well. There will be some harder ones towards the later stages, but it's not going to focus so much on a lot of accelerator and decelerator, I don't think. For the most part, we're just trying to go with simple stuff, but also make it difficult, or as difficult as we possibly can.
Alright, so that's the Stream Your Nomad pick. Let's now get into, I believe this is the alt slot, if I'm not wrong. It's going to be Pirates Banquet by THZZ. God, this song is so good.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool song, I agree there. It has 1/6 as you can see at the beginning for a short time, then 1/3 here. But essentially, this is definitely this weird border between an actual alt map or like a low BPM stream map. I would probably see both definitions to fit decently here. It also has that small little rhythm element to it, but not too much, to be honest. Like, if you miss somewhere, it's probably on the accelerating or decelerating, like, just spacing of the streams here.
A couple of bursts here and there too.
Yeah, a few 1/6 and like 1/3. But they shouldn't make out the actual difficulty of the map. If you missed there, you probably just finger locked or did something with tapping hand, which you shouldn't have done.
I think this is also another really good map that we have in this stage as well, because it sort of combines elements that we're hopefully going to have a little bit later on with some, you know, very, very light rhythm in the Nomad 6 slots that come later on towards the quarterfinal stage. And also, for those of you that don't know, the person who did the replay of this was actually Vivace, who is an Australian player, hence the Up the Boys replay.
It had to be Australian. Dead giveaway.
Yeah, as Paul's mentioned, a lot of things that can happen here in this map. Like, you can definitely break on a lot of the accelerator stuff. There's room for error on the 1/6 and just some of the aim requirement in general. Definitely some tricky patterns as well. There's like a few overlapping patterns which are a little bit awkward, but for the most part, pretty good test.
Alright. So here's another song I think a lot of people are going to be familiar with, but I believe this is also a custom map. It's going to be Sick by Halia.
You're damn right, Azer, it is going to be sick. But no, this is a tech map that... I'm sorry.
I knew
I had
it.
to. But yeah, this is a map that focuses mostly around some standard comfortable tech. It has a few stream patterns and focuses around some slider tech as well, with a little bit of SV stuff going on. For the most part, this map just features... You just require a little bit of control to be able to play this kind of thing. This is our introduction to tech, I would say. And as you can see, some of these sliders do start to go a little bit wonky, as the tech pick does.
I mean, having gotten the replay, I can definitely agree. This is a tech pick. I would say it's a very good introduction to tech. It doesn't have any weird snappy 1/4. It mostly focuses on SV and some streams and just hitting them accurately with like slider streams. Shouldn't really be an issue there. You can maybe screw something up. There's a bit of rhythm stuff. Like these, for example, there's the 1/3 part here. But nothing too outlandish. It doesn't go overboard at all.
Yeah, it seems to just mostly be about sliders.
For the most part, we tried to keep Round of 32 relatively simple, and especially with some of the feedback that we received about the qualifier maps have definitely made us think a little bit differently, but to some extent there might be a couple of picks which stand out a little bit from others. Just have to wait and see. Obviously the feedback is going to be the thing that is important here for us.
It's also quite short. I think most of the Nomad pool. Actually, no, not really. There's been 3 3-minute maps. Sorry. And here's another one actually. Nomad pool. Nomad pool actually be quite lengthy. This is almost 4 minutes. It's gonna be Time Machine by Elchier. FG Sky TV. Thanks for the replay.
Yeah, that's probably good speed. I would imagine. And this
So what is this?
this is the normal 5 slot, which usually is reserved for speed. It complements the DT pool. So essentially what you see here is something you will not quite see with the same BPM, the same intensity as in DT. This one's 220 BPM on the longer-ish side, so there's more a bit of consistency. It's one of the longer picks, surprisingly, and might be a little bit just a little bit weird, I guess, in that sense, because the entire pool is generally on the shorter side, which I hope players will enjoy. This one's a bit of a like longer consistency speed test, and has stream patterns of like 13 to 17 notes at some times. You definitely have like 3 parts to look out for, which is the beginning, which we already saw. Then we have the middle part, and then the ending. And in the middle part, I think they're the longer streams, or like the highest intensity, because they're only 13 note burst / streams, but they have a repeat slider for like 4 ticks or something, and then another 13 note burst. So, and that like 4 times in a row, which is a decent intensity, I would say. But yeah, this one's essentially that, and I don't think you really miss here. If you can play the BPM, you shouldn't really miss, I would say. Maybe screw up, like, if you screw up your tapping hand.
As Paul's mentioned, we definitely did try to go with a relatively low aim requirement, despite the star rating actually saying otherwise, but I think most of the star rating is definitely coming from these bursts, which you can see this is one of the more intense sections of the song, where you sort of will find players potentially dropping accuracy, especially if you're not too comfortable on this BPM, but this is pretty much our introduction to speed.
I think for a speed map being 4 minutes, this is pretty long. I guess it kind of clocks in as a stamina check more or less, right? For round 32.
Yeah, it's speed / stamina. It's definitely a memorable slot where you can essentially either go like a 250 to 60 BPM map and then go speed from there on, or just go stamina heavy, right? It's doable either way. This one's definitely more on the stamina side than the actual, label of the slot, which is speed.
One thing to note as well is that it's also really, really hard to actually balance speed into early pools, because, these maps are going to be pretty easy for a lot of players, especially if you're capable of bursting 220 very easily. But yeah, we try our best to make it as difficult as possible for the early stages, because in the past I believe we have had some which might have felt a little too easy.
If you just look at speed, especially the kind of things we're going for, it's when you have the skill for the BPM, you shouldn't really have any issues here, right? And it's usually one of those, either you assess it or like get a really good score, or you just can't, and you just get a B or something, right? So we're trying our best to like benefit off of multiple skill set ranges, right? With, for example, me, who is probably going to get a better idea for the early speed rounds, and then Itki can just play anything, right? So it's maybe sometimes harder to get a good feedback from Itki of like levels for early stages, because it's essentially just an FC most of the time, right?
So, there's no Nomad 6. What's that all about?
It's round of 32. Wait for it. Quarterfinals. Thank you.
Alright, okay. So let's get into Hidden One then. It's going to be a Vikala map. What's this song? That's a good one.
Yeah, the song is a pretty damn good song. This map is mostly focused on just hidden consistency. We definitely took the feedback of last week with a lot of people saying that Hidden 1 was on the harder side and tried to make this one feel a little bit easier compared to that. And this one mostly just tests your reading on Hidden, and it features a couple of awkward overlaps, definitely some patterns that can trip you up if you're not the most comfortable Hidden player, so I think teams that don't have the best Hidden lineup will definitely be punished on a map like this, even despite it being around a 32 level.
Yeah, this one's also one of the longer maps. I actually think Nomad 5 next to Tiebreak is the longest map, and this one the second longest or something like that.
Yeah, it's also worth noting there's no more long maps after this one. Everything is under 3 minutes.
Yeah, which I would say it's a definitely a like double-sided sword, right? Like a double-edged sword, where long maps are definitely cool to test specific things, right? If you go for a stamina map and you make it longer, it's kind of more stamina draining, so you might need to balance the amount of bursts you actually have in there, or the length of the bursts. But yeah, we're trying to be a bit more easier on the lengths as we can, because you know, sometimes songs just don't fit, especially when we go for custom maps. This is also, I think, the pool with the highest level of picked maps versus custom maps. We're not trying to go full custom for a pool, but we're trying our best to keep it as low as possible, which surprisingly this year, or unsurprisingly, depending on how you looked at the state of ranked, wasn't really possible to keep really low for a lot of stages. So yeah, this one is, I think this is probably the pool I'm not looking forward to the most, just because it has the largest level of pick maps and thus the least level of like fine control we have over the pool. You know what I mean? So that's just something for info for later. But yeah, I don't know how you feel about this one, Kano.
I mean, yeah, I think I agree with you when it comes to the level of control, because when it comes to the early stages, it is pretty hard to balance this kind of stuff out to make everything feel the way it's supposed to compared to the later rounds. I think round of 16 and quarterfinals are probably the stages where you sort of start to really feel what that skill is specifically testing, or what that, you know, what that modification is testing. something that it may be slightly on the harder side, but for the most part we really wanted to use this, and unfortunately it does not line up with the next stage in terms of difficulty. So here it is. As Forz mentioned, it does feature a little bit of a very light element of finger control with some of the doubles and things like that, but for the most part it's just a pattern name test, which is something that we're trying to go for a little bit more on our 6.5 maps.
Yeah, I think this kind of just looks to be his usual type of mapping, where it's like a little bit uncomfortable, especially with some of that slider aim that's required. Fares well with precision. Should be one of the harder maps in the pool, so far, at least.
Yeah, and as you can see, it almost mirrors the, what do you call it, qualifier pool, exactly. You see your hard rock 1, which is kind of there, more generic, and then your hard rock 2, which is CS6.5. Obviously, not every CS6.5 is gonna have awkward aim and stuff like that. There's different skill sets, for example, this one having a bit more rhythm here and there. With like doubles, nothing too outlandish though.
Alright, so 2 hiddens, 2 hard rocks. It's going to be 3 double times in the round of 32. Let's get right into the first one. It's going to be Shiori by PantyDev.
There's not much really to say about this map. It's a map. But no, it's a very generic consistency map for double time.
Maps in OWC. Let's go, dude!
I know,
Circles,
it's
sliders.
unbelievable. But for the most part, this map is just focused around consistency in your aim, and it features a fair few triples and a couple of 5-note bursts as well, which means that there is a light speed requirement for this kind of thing, but for the most part I think a lot of players will be very comfortable on this. Also, thank you to Monk the Don for the replay. Something to note about the replay is apparently he said to me something about wiggling on all of the repeat slaps, so I don't know what's up with that.
I saw that. Yep,
What?
that was a wiggle. That was a wiggle.
But why?
Because
Why
it could.
not?
It just
Because
shows
he
you.
can.
Yeah, it just shows you the map isn't like anything overly special or just hard. If you can just start wiggling every single repeat slider, which is 1/4. Yeah, I mean, it's also approach at 10.2. That's also an important fact I would mention here. Also, for some reason, if you download this map, I think it's ranked, right? So if you download the map, it's like 13 megabytes or 20 megabytes. It's just a weird anomaly I saw. Every single map is like 8-9 megabytes, and this one's 20. A huge storyboard is in there or something.
This is the only his first ranked map, right? I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's not been a lot of ranked maps used recently, right? So this is kind of special.
Yeah, I mean, the first ranked map, there's actually more featured artists. Well, actually, I think there might be the same featured artist amount as ranked maps in this pool. We'll have to calculate that. Don't take my word for it yet.
It's pretty interesting how Orusi went from being ranked maps only to what it is now, with a lot of custom mapping, a lot of edits. That it's actually rare to see a ranked map.
I think that's kind of just the way evolution came, right? Standards increase, and they did in the ranked section, so it's kind of like pooling always wasn't really high standards. There wasn't really exceptionally good pools because there was a limited amount of maps you could take. And if you want to make a better pool, I think custom mapping was just changing unranked maps. It's just the next evolution of that. And if you limit yourself for only ranked maps, it's a bit tough.
All right, now here is Darkish from Lourdes. Up the boys.
It's speed. Yep, that's the name of the game here. This is
What a
Eurobeats.
Toho speed map.
Oh my god! I mean, Eurobeats, Toho. Come on! I mean, up the boys. Exactly.
Alright, this is pretty good.
this map's great. Like, it's 247 BPM, so it's not too high BPM, but also not too low. If you want your stamina, take Nomad 5. If you want your speed, take this one. As you can see, like 9 node bursts-ish should be the longest. There's some triples into 5x bursts, stuff like that. Low aim requirements. Yeah, that's the map. It's a speed map. People with more speedy should be happy with this one. It kind of mirrors the DT2 except with less awkward aim of qualifiers.
One concern about this map is obviously that the aim requirement is very low, but for the most part this is doing what it needs to do in this slot, which is to test the speed. And that's the main thing that we've gone for with this one. So I think accuracy might be something that separates a lot of teams, but there's still a lot of potential to miss on some of the aim, especially if you don't have the control for this kind of map.
This is just about exactly what I would expect from a Touhou Eurobeat DT map.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, but
It kind of mimics the map that we had last year as well. I believe we had a map by Trust in that slot.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that was runner 16, but it was also like 15 BPM lower and focused more on like a bit more finger control. Like Eurobeat has 2 ways it can go, either a more finger controlly path or like a more speedy path. Like at courses, there was a Eurobeat song there which was more speedy, and then the last year one from Trust was more finger controlling, but also stamina heavy. This one's like in between, it's kind of more speedy. Doesn't really have finger control, I would say.
And once again, thank you to Vivace for this replay. Up the boys!
Aren't these whistles great?
Oh god.
I too love whistle hit sounds.
I ran into someone that purposely added those in their custom hit sounding in their map. Anyway, DT3, the Grimoire of Alice. Obviously, this is not the top diff. This is going to be the Insane.
Yep, one of the lower diffs on the set. It is a pretty difficult finger control map. I would say this map is maybe ever so slightly on the harder side. It's also very, very awkward to play. Features a little bit of like uncomfortable aim to some extent, but for the most part it's just focused around some very, very light finger control. This is our introduction to that for the most part, but we're also trying to incorporate a little tiny bit of stamina with it as well, as you can see from some of the longer bursts on 213 BPM.
This looks so awkward to aim.
It looks harder than it actually is. I think the hardest part is actually not under streaming by 1 node on some of the streams. I think that was for me the hardest part on this map. Otherwise, it's this double part needs a bit of aim here. There's a space 1/4 double you see there, but essentially that's the map. This is definitely a bit on the harder side, as Kano said, but we kind of had to go for this one because the alternative would be to custom map something, and to be fair, you're gonna be sick of custom maps after this tournament, just as much as we will be. But this kind of represents what we want out of a DT3 finger control slot. It's gonna be DT4 later, but yeah, this is kind of what we want out of this slot.
Yeah, mostly going for a little bit of finger control and aim control combined together, which I think is something that this map captures pretty well. And obviously, since we do not have a stamina double time pick at the moment, we're also trying to mix and match a little bit and trying to put things together. And I think this might be one of the oversights of sort of trying to combine too many things at once that happened with Hidden One in the qualifiers, but we'll have to see. I think a lot of teams will still perform pretty solid on this overall, especially with enough practice.
Yep. 5 notes at the end.
Apraxia?
I hope we'll see something like that. Anyway, moving on to free mods now. Another very familiar song if you've been around for a while. BS Bower Explosion by Panda Hero.
Yeah, this one's free mods project 9 flat, 180 BPM, so respectable density. Not, I think, just barely on the same level as the Hidden 2, the Project 8 map by Jasper. But yeah, this one's 180 BPM, streamy, focuses on Nomad and on Hidden, on mostly the density aspect and following streams properly, because that's, I think, a skill set that's also a bit undervalued. And on Hard Rock, obviously everything gets easier in terms of reading, and just the raw difficulty of the map is gonna be on par with the rest of the pool, because if you're playing a Hard Rock pick. The map focuses mostly on streams. This map originally had 1/6 in it. We played around with a lot of things, changes a lot. This is an unrigged map, by the way. And we worked with Panda Hero to make a few changes here of the first half, get some 1/6 out, make it more consistently difficult. So you don't just get a lot of bunch of free 100s when you play the map. I know it was a hard task, or like a hard decision to actually remove the 1/6 from this map, this song, because they're kind of iconic, right? But yeah, I hope it's a better tournament for it. Hope you guys enjoy that one.
Removing the active 1/6 was definitely something that was kind of heartbreaking for us, because, you know, this map is iconic for that reason, as Fours mentioned, but definitely, hopefully, it makes a better for tournament play, you know. It's just, these kinds of things, 1/6 is not something that we really want present for players to play on Hard Rock, because you're essentially doing 270 BPM quads on OD10, and that's a little bit hard for a stage like Round of 32.
Like if you just verbally mention it that way, 270 BPM quads, OD10, and you combine it with a 5.8 star map, yeah, that sounds kind of wrong.
This song just never gets old. Alright. There's another song that does not get old. This is a boomer free mod pull right here. It's gonna be Get Soto Satellite by Scub Domino. It's worth noting the diff name on this one. I think he wanted you to notice the diff name on this one.
Yeah, definitely the diff name, also the replay as well. I was just laughing at that for a second, seeing all of the things that just lined up together. But yeah, this one focuses on a lot of tricky patterns and aim. Obviously, there's also some 1/3 later on, which can definitely cause some timing problems on either mod. If you're playing this on Hidden, obviously with this map being 230 BPM, there is a density aspect to that, so there will be a little bit of reading requirement that will make it pretty tricky on Hidden. And as for Hard Rock, as you can see, it's mostly just about the aim requirement and obviously your ability to act the map. But we have a couple of really awkward and tricky patterns coming up. They look fairly simple on Hard Rock, but if you have to play these on Nomad and Hidden, there's a couple of them which will probably trip you up.
Yeah, I think the difficulty comes here from obviously jumps, mostly jump based, high BPM. And these 1/3 here, you can definitely get a few 100s here and there. We adjusted the OD to be slightly higher. It's OD 8.5, I think OD 9 or something like that on Nomad. So you don't take that much of a hit as Hard Rock, but you still, I mean, it's still OD 10, right? There's still a bit of a difference. Yeah, otherwise, I hope your in-game is on point, and there's one part which is coming up pretty soon, which you might need to play a few times on Hidden to like at least understand the way it's patterned is not the way it's like meant to be played, kinda. It's gonna come up in like 4 seconds. Yeah, the double is actually blue tick, so Don't just immediately jump to the next one. You have a bit of a break there, I guess you would call it. Just play that one on hidden for 2 times, you should get it down, I would say. But, yeah.
It's a good question in chat. Nomad AR on this, I think, is 9.3.
Yep, 9.3, that's a good question. You're right. My bad. And for the next map, which is a tiebreaker, I want to apologize in advance. I also wanted to make this one a surprise.
Yeah, I've never seen this. I don't know what
Dear
this is.
Azer. Yeah, if we get into the next map, we have My Chemical Romance. Welcome to the Black Parade.
What?
That was
Yeah,
kind of the
this-
I was
reaction we
expecting like a
expected.
meme or something. Like, what?
It's actually it's no, it's not that much of me, but it's something you would never expect ever out of a tiebreak, I would say, and I didn't either.
That's
Moth just came
that's
by,
interesting.
said, "You want 1/3? You want like streams? You want aim? Here's the map. Here's the song." And I'm like, "Wait, this could actually work." And then when we okayed it and he finished, we're like, "Hey, this actually kind of works. What did we do? Why did we do this?" But yeah, this map starts off for like 1 minute and 30 seconds of a slow part. It's 72-ish BPM, 1/6. That means it's like 220 BPM single taps. And that's very variable BPM at the beginning. So if you alternate this, you might get a lot of 100s. If you single tap this, this shouldn't be too hard to act properly. It focuses on the snap patterns at the beginning, 220 BPM, low BPM, and low spacing, and then these faster sliders. Then after the first 1 minute and 30 seconds, it goes into the standard tiebreaker. You got 180 BPM, jumps, streams here and there. It also goes into 194 BPM, jumps and streams. And then at the end or the middle, it has a few slowdowns and 1/3 patterns, which are like 140 BPM. This should have a lot of skill sets covered. And hacking is definitely tough on this map.
This map is definitely something that a lot of people probably wouldn't have expected, at least the song especially. For the most part, you know, yeah, as Four said, Moth kind of just like said, "Hey, would this work?" And then we were like, "You know what, try it." And then it kind of did. Like, it's still very tricky. And I mean, we were talking about removing some tricky stuff out of a couple of other maps, but the intro of this is probably going to be the hardest part when it comes to accuracy. Some players will get it down, other players will struggle quite a bit. But that also depends if these maps, you know, if the matches even come down to tiebreaker. But this map basically features as many things as possible. You've got some aim focus, you've got some stream focus later on, you've got some 1/3 going on throughout this map. It's just everything messed up into one, basically.
This is kind of cool. There's very much a lack of this Western type of music, I feel, in the game, so it's nice to have some representation for it.
Yeah, and I just remember like back in the day when I was listening to this song in like some TV channel, like MTV Music TV channel or something, and then this played, and now I'm like sitting here on some mostly anime-infested game, and then suddenly disappears. It's like, I don't know, it's just two different worlds just colliding together for me.
I think there's a little bit of irony going on as well when the song is older than some of the players that are playing in the tournament.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And it
I
just
didn't even think of that.
some of them have probably never ever heard of this song before. They're like, what are these boomers talking about?
Oh yeah, slowdown part coming up soon. Those are like 120 BPM streams. Those is definitely something you probably don't want to alternate. I don't want to single tap, I mean.
Don't be panic. You're tainted already. True and true. Show it another.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2020 Osu World Cup. I'm Dolan, joined by Chili or Pear. What's going on?
Good evening, everybody. Opening match of the tournament. What a night! What a night! What a spooky night! Almost
What a
Halloween.
year it's been. We're finally here. We're finally here, ladies and gentlemen. It is OWC. We have bashed the drums. We have caught the fruit. We have smashed the keyboards. Now we will click the circles.
Click the circles. A modest way of describing many of the
The beat. To the beat.
To the beat. Very specifically to the beat. On time.
That is the name of the game here. But anyway, as you can see in front of us, we've got the upcoming matches. Canada against Philippines. The match that will kick off the 2020 Osu World Cup in the round of 32. Teams on screen right now. Canada, the second seed out of the qualifier. Philippines, the 31st seed. Those syllables kind of went together, it just happens.
It all rolls together here. Two of these two teams that have showed up in previous OWCs. No new team showing us their faces in the tournament yet. Not yet, but later this weekend. We have Team Canada on the red side, captained by Azer, joined by new Nick1324 and new Zudinator. And then the classic team, Trev Rasher, Stoof, Yummy in My Tummy, and Ryuke, and then Rupershin also joining them. Team Blue on the Philippines, we have Captain Zone Luis, joined by Sendro, Zydorn, Elki, Hyok 2044, Thorfinn, Ramu, and Xylos. Canada, most notably that number 2 team out of qualifiers. Lot to live up to.
They really showed up big in qualifiers. I don't think people were expecting Canada to place that highly. I think people had Canada as a top 8 team. I certainly did, but second, that's great for them. They get a great spot in the bracket. So we'll see if they can take advantage of it. And here it is, folks, the first lobby of OWC. Oh, it's finally here.
It's a beautiful sight. Look at the pumpkins. Look how festive this is. Look at all this.
Do you see this beautiful overlay? This is the only World Cup we get to see this overlay in 4v4 glory.
Full quality. Look at the skeleton song. Look at the My Chemical Romance skeleton.
Oh, yes.
Everything fits. This is all planned.
Actually, however, we must inform you viewers there's a slight change. We will not be going through warm-ups. We are going straight into roles and bans. So how it's going to work this year is the winner of the role gets to determine which team picks first. The loser determines which team bans first. So some slight changes. Sadly, won't be getting to see those epic meme warm-ups.
It's in some people's minds, it's the biggest disaster of the tournament, and in a lot of other people's minds, it gets them to bed 35 minutes earlier. So,
well, listen. As a catchcaster, I can tell you that CWC, that is basically half the tournament. That's all we look forward to.
Yeah, most of the time, it's just kind of rolls through it, but we will live without them this year. We have the Philippines actually winning the roll by 4. What was that? 52-48 on the roll. So Philippines will have their first choice,
and they will ban out Hard Rock 2.
Unlucky. A decent song, a good song. The small CS Hard Rock on Hard Rock 2, and Azer gonna ban out Hidden 2. Kind of surprisingly for Canada to start off.
Yeah, you really wouldn't expect them to ban Hidden, but of course, I think if you're Canada in this position, I think the better strategy is to kind of ban the map that you think the other team is going to be the best at.
I think, with Canada, you have so much skill cap to work with, and you have so many players that are good at a lot of things. You kind of ban out the easy maps early. Let's make sure that there's no, back and forth going forward here.
Yep, and Canada will open up the pick with DT2, so we're going to start with double time.
This is gonna be a good one for Canada. DT2, it's not the what is technically a conventional DT2? So we have Darkish going into here. Base stats of this map is AR 8.5, so nothing really special for a lot of these players here, especially given when you throw DT on it. It's 165 BPM. This is a fast DT in quotes. For Canada, they have such a strong DT lineup that I'm not entirely sure that they're going to struggle with this at all. The Philippines has a okay DT roster. I think this is a pick that Canada is going to start off with very, very early. I think they know they can win this without much contention, given the lineup they can throw together. And they're actually going to put two of their new players in to start off this year. We have Rupertion and Nick 1324 joining the returning UK and Yummy and Maitami. Philippines.
Yep.
They're struggling to put a lineup together already.
Of course, there could be just a lot of discussion. It's a big moment. It's the start of the World Cup. It's the first map for each team. You want to start off with your right foot forward here, and it will be Xylas and Don Luis coming in for the Philippines to join Elke and Zadorn.
They have a classic, like, tried and true DT lineup on the Philippines. You have Xylas and Zone Luis and Zydorn. I think the three people that most would put up as the DT lineup for the Philippines. Joined by Elke, who a little bit less knowledge of the player in times there. Not super big into the community tournament scene. Kind of shows around for OWC. Maybe some of the Asian time zone exclusive tournaments. But other than that, doesn't really play that much. So a good chance to prove themselves here on the big stage in OWC here. Canada just going to roll with what they do like always here. Going to get started into DT2 here on Canada's first pick.
Love it. And also, Walter, I do agree with you. We do need more Toho Eurobeat. Best ref. But there it is, cheerleader pair. There's the start command, the first one of the World Cup. Folks, we are ready. We are ready.
We're ready, but are you ready?
Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, the 11th running of the Osu World Cup is officially underway in a few seconds. And client will be client, of course.
Buffer, spinner, buffer.
Now we're underway.
There we go.
Now it's official. Let's go.
Into the start.
Yeah, we see some early act drops from the side of both Canada and Philippines, but notably Yummy and Ryuk doing very well. Nick actually up with that 97% as well. So a nice start.
Elke with a very early break to start us off as well. 100 combo in. Ooh, and another big break. Elke not having the best time on the high BPM here.
Yeah, you can see Canada are very comfortable on this. They've just gone head first into a map they know they're confident on, and it's showing on the scoreboard and the accuracies. Nick will be the first Canadian miss, though, so that will trade with Elke, but Elke did have multiple misses. But that score bar is slowly going back towards the Philippines.
They have the score lead to work with right now. Elke very early break and a lot of his teammates to back him up, even with the accuracy discrepancy. Ooh, but Zydorn trades it out. And Zone Luis, there's a lot of combos going for the Philippines.
Yeah, even though Nick missed, Nick had already missed, and now that's 3 FCs down for the Philippines and only 1 down for Canada. Canada firmly in the driver's seat right now. Yummy, Ryuk, and is it Rupersion? Is that how you say that correct?
Rupersion? Yeah, Rupersion?
I almost said Rupert, but I was like, that can't be right.
It could be Ruperton.
Hey, new World Cup, new players, all right? Work with us, chat.
We're all trying here. Oh, Ryuk and Yummy and Maitami on the accuracy for Canada, really holding them up here. Not many others in the lobby able to hold even close to that right now. The next best is on Canada for that accuracy.
Yeah, and the Philippines have actually done a decent job recovering, but Canada are just not providing misses. Only 2 misses from Nick, and neither Yummy, Ryuk, or Rupersion have found a miss. And they have put that score gap firmly out of reach. It's over 500k right now. Just about.
Decent pause section here. Going to be burning the Philippines time down, the much needed time. Xylo's the only FC left on Philippines to battle. Now just Yummy and Maitami and Ryuk.
Yeah, Rupersion will find that miss, but his team has put in the work here. Yummy and Ryuk still going on with the FCs. Coming into the final sections of the map, Canada firmly have this point. Just have to limp it home.
Just bringing it in. Ryuke and Yummy in my tummy on that accuracy. That's got to be, what, 3 100s on him right now? And insane
absolutely insane.
Into the finish zone. Luis finds another break. No!
Yummy will drop it!
Xylos and Ryuke.
And Ryuke will be the lone FC. Along with, did Xylos get it as well?
Xylos got it into
He
the
did.
end.
So Xylos and Ryuke coming in with FCs, but Canada, the stronger team performance, take the opening point, 1-0.
Good start for Canada, showing us what they came here to do on the skill cap maps here, picking to their strong suits on that DT lineup here. Canada, a strong DT team this year with a lot of their players that they brought on, which is going to be very important given the prowess of DT on a lot of teams this year. But
Well, now Philippines up to pick here. So we'll get a look at the map pool and see where they might go. And this is going to be a very important, it's probably the most important part of the match for the Philippines is their first pick.
Philippines, they're always interesting. I think they go for the reading, but they can change it up every year. So it is Hidden 1. So they are going to go for quote-unquote reading, I guess, with the Hidden. But Hidden 1, not special in terms of AR for a lot of these players. This is AR 9, with Hidden generally something that most are pretty comfortable with. 170 BPM, though, is pretty slow for, you know, in most people's minds. So that's going to be where a lot of the difficulty comes from. You take that low AR, you combine it with something that is lower than average BPM, which I would say is around 180, and it makes for a little bit more of an interesting map here. Definitely a decent.
No surprise, we see Azer step into the lobby.
It's time.
It is time to game.
It is time. We also have Hyok 2044 coming back in for the Philippines, the classic.
As well as
Hidden
Thorfinn
player
and Ramu.
So big roster change.
Yeah, Philippines actually swapping out 3. Zadorn the only one staying in.
He's the sit-in player so far for the Philippines, playing both maps here. Rupersian and Ryuke for Canada, both sticking in, and Zudinator, to the surprise of nobody, coming in for the hidden pick, the new addition to the Canadian team. Very consistent hidden player from solo scores and in tournament play. As of recent, started to pick up a lot more community tournaments and has proven she can definitely hang with the big players here in the rank range. So,
well, welcome to the World Cup, Zudinator.
Ready to go. Both teams, good luck, have fun.
There it is, start command. Round 2 coming up. So it's going to be Azer, Ryuke, Rupersian, and Zudinator for Canada against Thorfinn, Hyok, Zadorn, and Ramu for the Philippines.
Thorfinn's going to be grabbing something to drink first. We're going to get him back. There we go.
Little panic button clickaroo.
He's here. Don't worry. He's showing up today. Into the start of the map, we'll get everyone in time here. Early miss for Ramu.
Some early act drops from Ryuke, but shouldn't be anything to worry about too much. Scores fairly even.
This will be a good map for a lot of these players. Only 3 minutes and 39 seconds, which is decently long. So any early breaks are going to be pretty forgiving on those teams here.
Oh, Zadorn, though.
Zadorn? Hello? He's okay. Okay. He had 2 very interesting misses there on the overlaps. I wasn't sure if that was a misread or if his keyboard just wasn't registering, because his cursor was kind of right over that one there.
Yeah, that's what I was so confused about. It seemed he aimed it properly, just not too sure what happened there, but that will give the lead over to Canada. Everyone else still rocking the FC aside from Ramu with the very early miss.
very expected. Zadorn finding another miss, but Thorfinn and Hyok coming in to do exactly what they needed to for the hidden take.
Look at Canada. They're still quad FCing, and that's the problem for the Philippines. Even though they have 3 FCs, Canada have not shown a miss. Despite some act drop from Ryu K, Zadorn is the one who's caught out here.
Oh, Thorfinn. That's the highest accuracy player on the side of the Philippines, now dropping their FC in Canada with a exceedingly dangerous 3-way 99.5% plus right now, and Ryu K with a solid backing combo on everybody on his team there.
Yeah, it's going to take a pretty significant blunder from Canada to let Philippines back into the picture on this one.
Not completely over yet. We got about half the map left to go, so there's a decent amount of time and combo. But at 170 BPM, it's really going to come down to any really slow sections of the map here. This is basic aim for most of these players that are pretty comfortable with Hidden right now.
And actually, right now, the player with the worst act on Canada is Ryu K, so he might be the one to watch here, but he's still not missing, and that's all Canada needs right now.
I would be very, very surprised to see Ryu K miss on a hidden map this early, but anything is possible, and I think any of these players, especially with the higher accuracy, you get to those points where, you know, just the clutch points, you have the shakes, maybe first match of OWC.
Yeah. And speaking of the first match, how about Recursion and Zoodinator? This is their first map. Well, not Recursion's first map, for Zoody this is. And they're both playing it absolutely phenomenal right now.
Recursion and Zoody, both with the accuracy as well, 99.73 and 0.54, the second and third highest accuracies for the team, only to Azer. Nobody on the Philippines really being able to keep up, and there goes Thorfinn and Hyok, the only FC. It's just Ramu left.
Yeah, Ramu did have an early miss, so there's no FC, so that's an impressive combo from Ramu. But Canada, as you see, the scoreboard has just flown to the left.
Yeah, this is a massive score lead here, and an insane score line for Canada. No, Ryu K dropped.
Oh, Ryu K will miss. He was the one to drop, though. But
it was going to be... Ooh, and Recursion.
Yeah, Recursion will drop, and so it's Azer and Zoody the only FCs. And how about that? First map for Zoodinator. And it will be an FC.
You love to see it from Zoodinator. Ryu K and Recursion with only one miss apiece, and Azer with 2 100s. Okay.
Azer, solid gaming from him. Excellent score. Zoody there to back him up. Recursion Ryu K doing very well. Also, Ramu, though, with an impressive score from the Philippines, 900K was good. Unfortunately, the team score not good enough to help the Philippines out here. It'll be 2-0 Canada.
Absolutely crazy from Canada. 3.86 million team score on Hidden 1. That is going to be a play to beat for the rest of this first round here. That is an impressive performance, holding all 4 FCs almost to the entire end of the song. And back to Canada's pick now. They have the opportunity to have a more than sufficient score lead to stay comfortable here.
And that's why that pick was so important for the Philippines, just because we're in a best of 9. There's not really a lot of time for you to get that momentum back, because you don't exactly have a large number of picks unless you start winning maps. And Canada will go with Hard Rock 1.
So this is a map that has actually been in a tournament before. I actually don't know what I don't remember what tournament, but it's been in a tournament before. And for a Hard Rock pick at CS 4.3, this definitely focuses a little bit more on the awkward aim patterns in this one. This is like, you know, your tech player awkward aim Hard Rock map here. Nothing awful in terms of circle size. This is only CS 4.3, so this is nothing crazy like CS 6.5 or higher Hard Rock. Most players that are decent with their precision should be able to hold their own on this, but it's really going to come down to the style of aim on here. This is not your standard jump stream burst map at all, especially being Nekomata Master. If you, I mean, you know, normally I'd just say go buy the song. 192 BPM.
So the lineup's changing once again. For Canada will be Yummy, Ryuke, Nick, and Zudinator. And for the Philippines, Zone Luis, Hyuk, Elki, and Xylaz stepping in.
Oh, we're getting right into this. Okay.
They are wasting no time.
You have to be very careful. Both teams on this at 2 minutes and 2 seconds. This is the shortest map we have seen thus far by a decent amount. And throwing that hard rock on any little miss aim is going to be very big.
That's the danger of the shorter maps. The misses mean so much more. And it can also come down to the timing of the misses, because missing at the midway point of the map is the worst possible scenario in terms of combo.
Yeah, that's rough. 500,000 score missing if you miss in the middle. Nick with a very early break, so that's going to do a decent number on Canada's scored line. But their accuracy is really going to hold them up against the Philippines.
Yeah, look at the accuracy differences here. Even though Hyuk and Luis are trying their best to hold on, their accuracy is what's holding the Philippines back. If you look on the side of Canada, aside from Nick, you see 97, 99, 99, and Hyuk will find the miss for the Philippines.
I think most notably about the accuracy as well, as soon as you have that low accuracy, any miss you get is a massive deficit on your score as well. So it's not too bad as long as you're still FCing. But you've seen Hyuk right now already falling behind by 60,000 and climbing very quickly because of that accuracy.
Can get ugly pretty quick. But nothing else. And Yummy and Ryuke looking very solid on this. Zudinator still with the FC as well.
Fantastic start from Canada in this match here. Yummy and My Tummy really showing us what he's made of this year in OWC. He has generally been one of the top performers for Canada, and he is continuing that very strongly right now.
Elki will drop for the Philippines. That will further put the lead in Canada's grasp. It's now down to Luis and Xylaz with the FCs for the Philippines.
2 FCs to 3 right now, so it is technically close, but there goes a lot of combo.
Oh, and there goes one of them.
Ooh, there goes Yummy. There's one, but it might be all but too late right now. It's Ryuke and Zudinator. Oh, and there goes every
not
combo.
going to be enough for the Philippines to come back. Canada, though, insane stuff. And Ryuke. And is that another FC from Zudinator?
Yeah, it is. There's 2.
Zudi and Ryu. How about that? That's 3-0 Canada.
That's gotta feel good. That has gotta feel amazing. Coming in as the new addition to a team. For everyone on Team Canada, I think. The newest addition to the team coming in and FCing 2 of 2 maps. That is a well-deserved spot already, even in round of 32. Very excited to see how...
anytime you get 1 million points on Score V2, it's a pretty good score.
Yeah, really. Yummy My Tummy, I kind of feel bad there. That's 2x100. That is the lowest 100 count by a substantial amount. Might be even doing that a disservice. That is 2 100s and 2 misses from him. Insane play. 800,000, so nothing to scoff at there, but those million pluses from Ryuke and Zudinator really pushing there. Back to the Philippines now. This is the choke point right here. This is the official choke point.
Yep, and Ryuke trying to pick for the Philippines. Wait a minute.
No mod 3 Ryuke.
Or is it a prediction?
Is this the prediction? As he called it? Is this a Keck W moment? Are the Philippines gonna call them? Oh, no mod 4. They knew it.
Not quite, Ryuke.
Pranked out.
No mod 4. So a very important point for the Philippines.
Yeah, this is all the marbles here for the Philippines right now. They need a point on the board. Otherwise, Canada forces tiebreaker before the Philippines even has a point on the board, which leaves a lot of open space for the Philippines to make up. But going on to Sick right now, this is probably their best chance to catch some bad breaks from Team Canada here. It's 177 BPM and it's 2 minutes, so this is now the shortest map that we've seen in the pool. But at CS4, this is very comfortable. AR 9.3, this is probably the most comfortable you're ever going to get for stats on a map in one of these early stages. But it's going to be about... Sick is a slider map. This map is going to catch you. But... we'll see what happens.
For the Philippines, this is very important because if they do manage to win this and are able to take a point away from Canada here, that will guarantee them one more pick this match.
That's all they need, really. They need to get themselves a decent lead on the board here. Not even a lead, but they need to get themselves in placement to force back a tiebreaker here, just given that Canada has another pick after this.
Well, there's the start command in from the referee. Moving quickly. It's going to be Yummy, Ryuk, Azer, and Zudinator for Canada against Louise, Hyuk, Elke, and Zadorn for the Philippines.
This is the start to the Philippines comeback. I can feel it. They are going to win their pick right now.
Bold predictions.
This is my bold prediction for the day, but Canada with an insanely strong lineup on the tech map here. They bring Azer back in, Ryuk, Zudinator, and Yummy and My Tummy all remaining statics from the previous map.
Zadorn is the one caught out first, and Canada's not going to make this easy for the Philippines to take, and you mentioned it's a 2-minute map, so that miss may very well come into play.
Can I just note Yummy and My Tummy's accuracy today, please? That is insane. That is a double S through the first slider streams of this map. He finally dropped one, and there goes Zone Luis with the combo along with Zadorn. Azer, the only one to combo drop, surprisingly, for Canada very early on.
Yeah, Azer found a very early miss. But the rest of Canada... even Azer himself, they're all playing really well right now. And the Philippines have a few players doing well, Elke and Hyuk. But unfortunately for the Philippines, that score bar has flown to the left.
Yeah, this is really just flying towards Canada right now. Hyuk with decent accuracy as well, actually the second highest in the lobby aside from Zudinator, and Yummy and My Tummy with a decent lead over everybody else. Will kind of put him in a league of his own right now. But so much support. I think that's what's happening with Canada right now. They have way too much supporting combo for their big FCs and not strong players right now. It's just hard to match. Because Philippines, you know, they're not having the worst match ever. I think they definitely are probably feeling that they could play, you know, maybe some of these a little bit better. But, you know, when you're going up against Canada with so much consistency early stage, it's more of a question of, you know, how is Canada going to perform on these early picks here? And they're really just confident.
And the results speak for themselves. Canada coming in with some great scores here.
Yummy and My Tummy.
And Zudinator with another FC.
I can't believe Zudinator is just taking any opinions that anyone possibly could have had about her performance in this tournament and saying, no, shut up. Let me show you exactly what I can do.
Obliterated
kick everyone to the floor on every single map.
Yummy, though. That's a 2-100 score.
That is... Yummy and My Tummy has now, like, what is his third 2x100 score in the tournament thus far, and he's just finally hasn't missed this time around. So
the funny thing about Canada is when you talk about Canada, you think, oh, who are the best Canadian players? Everyone's like, Azer, Ryuk, but then we just see Yummy and Zudinator just come out and dominate. That's gotta just be scary for other teams to see.
This is why Canada is number 2 in qualifiers. This consistency is exactly the type of thing that you love to see out of them. And we're going to see Nomad too to see if they're able to continue with this consistency of 3-minute 185 BPM streams. This is quite literally about the consistency here.
And Canada has had all of it this match so far. And they're looking to put it away here.
This is Oh, I saw the lineup change for Canada, and it kind of switched out here. I think there are so many players that could work for Canada here that they could probably just put anyone in that's comfortable, given the lineup that they have in right now, or probably at least 2 guaranteed FCs. We haven't seen Trev Rasher yet tonight. I wonder if they're just going to save him for the later round speed picks, kind of like the secret weapon.
Could be, yeah. And also, they may just want to give their newer players a chance to, to show off their stuff. And for, it's a great opportunity for the captains and the leaders of the team to see what their bench has, what they can do. And I think this is a great sign for Canada moving forward, because I don't think any one of the new Canadian players has played bad necessarily at all.
Yeah, this is just, consistently high scores from everyone. I don't think we've seen a score under 700k for Canada at the lowest. I think they have been pretty confident on absolutely everything. I think the most trouble they had was, I think it was Nick on the Hard Rock was probably the most trouble we've seen on a map from a player, but that was about it for Canada, and even then, that was a pretty decent score.
And so it will be Yummy and the 3 new players for Canada. It'll be Yummy, Nick, Persian, Zoodinator. It's Louise, Thorfinn, Xylos, and Hyuk. And it is match point Canada.
I'm going to put it out there right now. We need to be on the lookout for a double S from Canada on this map. This is something that a lot of these players, with the way they've been going, can probably pull off right now. There's nothing massive in here that could catch a player off on the accuracy too much. And, given that it's a leader map, he's not normally known for putting in those, awkward quick things that can catch you breaks, especially if you've played his map before. I'm assuming none of these players are sight reading the first round of OWC.
And whoa, would you look at that? Did the client just load everything?
That was a flawless load. That was flawless. We have fixed the tournament client by ourselves through sheer willpower and persistence.
This is OWC 2020, folks. It's already just legendary. Client's even working with us.
This is it. This is what we love to see here. Into the start of the stream map here. Accuracies on the Philippines disappearing into nothingness, unfortunately. Hopefully they can recover from that. It looks like Zone Luis is already making some strides towards 99.
And we already see a few potential SS contenders on the Canadian side. I don't want to curse them, so I will let them click the circles.
1/100 dropped by Rupersion and Zoodinator. So 50% of that potential is already gone for Canada. So I think it's going to come down to whether or not Yummy in My Tummy keeps his consistency from the earlier stages of this match here. This is a quarter of the way into the map already. All players looking really, really comfortable on this right now.
Yeah, and Philippines is still in this. They're still quad FCing, so if we do see a miss from Canada, Philippines have a shot, and that's what they need to do. Just hold those FCs, because if there is a miss from Canada, they may have enough time to steal this point.
So there is not a single break right now. The accuracy really the only thing holding up Canada, and it's by a decent amount as well. With those 3 players at 98% accuracy compared to the all-round 99.
Oh, Xylos, though. And Thorfinn. And that might be the dagger. That's a triple miss. That might be the dagger right there.
Yeah, that's almost
halfway
a full
in the map, too. Oh.
That's big. That is unfortunate for Philippines. Maximum score of Zone Luis, Thorfinn, and Xylos now is about 600,000. This is...
Oh, that hurts.
That's unfortunate. I would love to say that this is, recoverable from the Philippines, but halfway through a 3-minute map with only 1 FC left and everyone on Canada looking like they're just trying to shut this match down, there goes all the double S's.
At this point, I don't even know if a quad miss from Canada would say Philippines.
Yeah, there
is still enough time technically if that were to happen, but
a quad miss is
maybe
gives Philippines a chance in the running here, but with Thorfinn breaking again, it is now gone.
Yeah, and we're down to the final quarter.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Drew
no,
Pershing,
Yummy.
Zudinator.
He lost the SS.
Yeah, he's a little sad about that one. Can we get some Sages for Yummy in my tummy? He was close.
He was very close, but Canada still with the Quad FC. They're looking to make a statement.
Oh,
Recursion will be
dropping.
the first break, and that's a lot of misses, but fortunately for him, his team has backed him up flawlessly.
Yeah, ending velocities here get pretty difficult on the stream, so the note lock is fully possible there, but the accuracy on Yummy in my tummy and Zudinator again. Another
Zudi
empty.
Nader.
100%
And that will be
empty.
it. Canada take it 5-0 over the Philippines. Zudinator, that was 4 FCs back to back to back to back.
That's
Zudinator.
I can't say enough. That is quite literally what you love to see. What can you do
How
about that?
about that? Well, that is going to be the end of the road for the Philippines in the winners bracket. They are not eliminated. The Philippines will be sent to the losers bracket, and they will await their opponent next week. They will get, I believe, the loser of Taiwan and Netherlands, which Canada will get the winner of.
That is it for the first match. Your winners of the first round of 32 match, the first match of OWC 2020. Canada will be taking it home in a very confident 5-0.
Deservedly so. We saw a lot of new names. They got a lot of playing time, and they stepped up. They played very well. I think that's a great sign for Canada for the future of this tournament. They've got a good bracket position. They've got a good bench, good people to back them up. It's looking promising for Canada.
Very good for them. Next match is going to be... Well, next streamed match will be South Korea versus Ukraine. 7 hours from now at 11 UTC. Please look forward to that. Those of you up in 7 hours. There's more exciting matches.
And there are plenty of great matches coming. I would also stick around for that Taiwan-Netherlands match in 8 hours.
And
that
Sweden,
should be
Indonesia.
and Sweden, Indonesia.
All of them. Just stay for all of them.
You know what? Just watch everything. Why not just watch all the matches? And while you're at it, you know what? If you love this so much, you should buy a banner for your favorite team. They're in the store right now.
Get it. Support your favorite team, everyone. I want to see you rocking it. I'm going to check 15 random players' profiles after this match is over, and I'm going to PM anyone that doesn't have one.
Wow. He's actually marketing, folks.
Motivation.
The chillier pair is going to come for you.
Motivate you. Personally motivating you. I'm a life coach for OWC. Buy your banners.
There you go. And now, Walter, we have appeased Walter, so I think we can now safely end the stream without losing our souls.
It's fine. We're good now. We can sleep soundly. Our dreams will not be spooky.
Walter will not hurt us. We love you, Walter. Well, guys, that has been the opening match of the 2020 Osu World Cup. Pair, any final thoughts?
I have so many final thoughts. I could ramble on for several hours, but I am looking forward to every single match left in this tournament. This has made me all the more excited for things left to come here. I don't know about you, but this is going to be a good year. I feel it.
Me too, man. I've been feeling it. 2020 has been a great year for World Cups. I know most people probably haven't watched the other modes, but we had a fantastic Taiko World Cup with some action in it. We had a fantastic Catch World Cup with some action in it. We had a fantastic Mania World Cup with some action in it. So I think we're due for a fantastic OWC with some action.
Let's go. Let's get it this year. We'll see what happens this weekend. Many, many more matches to come with more action for the remainder of the weekend. That has been it from us for the first match of Ost World Cup 2020. This has been Chillier Pair and Doland.
And we will see you next time. Canada win it 5-0 over the Philippines. Thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you 7 hours from now for the next match.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second match of this round of 32 weekend. You're watching South Korea versus Ukraine, and commentating we have me, GeForce, and I'm joined by Todd Glad. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for introducing me.
Alright, we'll have a interesting match coming up pretty soon. It isn't the first one. We had one in the night for most European people. I reckon some from the Western Hemisphere of the world probably have watched that. It was Canada versus Philippines, and
Yes, it was.
it was a Canada win. I mean, great job from them. But now we have another really high-seeded team, Korea versus Ukraine. Ukraine, who actually haven't qualified last year, but they did this year, which is great. And South Korea, I mean, you're South Korean. You want to tell us something about the South Korean roster here?
Yeah, well, we have really new players coming in, such as Nelly Toru, Nope KJK, Ryuto, and Karcher, who's making their first appearance in the South Korean team. And everybody probably have wondered, how did this team get to seed 5? Well, Doomsday at the seed stream had said that, they usually fly under the radar. But for myself, I also host South Korean tournaments, and they have been doing great on South Korean tournaments. So I'm really expecting them to do great also in this World Cup this year.
Nice. And on the Ukraine side, we do have a lot of, well, not really that many new faces compared to last year, but obviously people who haven't really tested the waters yet and haven't proven themselves, and we'll see if we can see that. From both teams, I mean, South Korea is obviously a team which has a form and lineup for pretty much anything. They just didn't perform too hot on the DTs, but that might be due to other factors, while Ukraine, well, they got the results in, and DT was their best mod. The issue is that on some parts in Ukraine there was a lack of a fourth player. So we'll see how that one goes in this match.
Okay, the roles have been settled, I guess, and wow, Dench with a really high roll, 95.
Oh yeah, Dench is a name I've seen a lot in the qualifier results. So, he's probably one of the best performing members on DT, I believe. And just performs really well there. Also performs well on rolls apparently. Great job.
Okay, so Ukraine gets to ban first and pick first. South Korea, interestingly, have picked to ban last. So we'll have Ukraine ban and pick for the first one.
Alright, if I would predict any bans from South Korea, I probably would only guesstimate there, because they could just go for anything to be banned realistically. While on the Ukraine side, there was the first ban is DT1, which I do understand a bit, because South Korea is just good all around, and maybe they just don't have the fourth player there. But Ukraine probably might wanna ban a hidden, but I guess it's only one ban yet, and they really want that DT1 gone.
Oh, interesting ban from South Korea. Free mode 2. I was expecting South Korea to ban like no mode 1 to just get rid of the variables, but yeah, free mode 2 getting out of the map pool.
Alright, and DT2 is being picked, something which the Ukraine team just was really good at in the qualifiers. Not as good as South Korea, however. We do have to take that into context here.
Yeah, really
South
strong
Korea did perform
players,
better.
really strong DT players from South Korea. So it was unexpected for them to pick double time 2. Really.
Yeah, Ukraine didn't perform that well on Nomad 1, I believe. So I see why they wouldn't really go for the Nomad 1 ban. Because South Korea is pretty okay there. And this one being the DT2, this is the speedy DT pick. It is one of the harder songs in the entire pool, and it is obviously, as I just said, it is speed focused. No aim really required on this one. Like, you could probably double tap some of the parts here, even if you don't have the speed. Probably wouldn't want to, because I think most people are gonna get really good accuracy, and if you have to double tap this because you lack the speed, that doesn't look good for your team, to be honest.
Exactly. And, you know, the Toho plus Yorubi, the Osu classic of the, you know, it is always a staple food of Osu players.
Yeah, usually you see Senya, you know, Senya in DT for those streamy DTs. Well, we didn't really go for Senya. Well, I think Yorubi is gonna be good enough.
Of course. I also remember, was it Wanna Be My Dream from Aki also? So,
yeah,
back in
Wanna
the
Be
days.
My Dream. Yep, Wanna Be My Dream was a map which has been, which was present in one of the World Cups. That's true. I actually had to look through all the old map picks of ODVCs, because there's obviously the rule where you can't pick the same map within 5 years.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, exactly. So I know very well like what's in the older pools, because when you just stumble upon the Wanna Be My Dream, you're like, hey, this could be a good, cool tourney map, and you look it up, and it's like, oh, someone it was picked like 3 years ago. Great, thank you.
Also, I have been map striking for like 3 times in the World Cup, and back in like 2014, that wasn't really a rule, so we could have picked same picks again and again, and probably that's what made it bad.
You should have made it better for the future. You should have made it better for the future generations, right? Because just recycle all the pools until you get the rule, and then alright.
Yes, it is. Okay, so we have some players that cannot join the server, so we're a little bit late on this clock.
That's fine. There's a lot of room and time to actually, you know, make up for, because we do not have warm-ups. This is gonna be the first point of the entire match. Just as a reminder, there are no warm-ups. Because realistically, you should have warmed up before the match. If you didn't, then, I mean, you're just asking to not have a good performance.
Yes, not getting warm up is a very bold move.
Alright, what are your predictions for who's gonna take the point for this one? I mean, it's probably a bit easy, but you know, I'll just give you the word here.
Okay, so let me just make it a simple statement. Flying Tuna, Dyson, and Ponytail, all DT players. Karuna also known for DT players. So when it comes to speed, South Korea will probably take this, but we'll see, because Ukraine also did perform on the DT pick. So.
Right, players to look out for in the Ukrainian side is Dench, especially. He performed really well on the qualifier DTs, which were a fair bit harder, to be honest, than this one. Criterion here is also a player who did really well on the fast DT. Otherwise, OneMax doesn't surprise me that he's in there. He was pretty good as well. And after that, it's essentially just, you know, whoever is there to fill out the slot. Diamond, for example, is someone who only played one of the 2 DTs, because he probably wasn't fast enough for the other one. I hope if he has enough speed for this one, he should be good to go. So you have a decent 4-man lineup, which is the biggest weakness of Ukraine, not having a 4-man lineup.
Okay, so we have full 4 players on the Ukraine side, so we're probably ready to go soon.
Maps just started for me.
Okay.
There's a really early lead by Ukraine. But that doesn't really make a big difference because it's not gonna be an 8-way SC and everyone keeping the entire combo. Yeah, talking about not having 8-way SCs, that's the first miss by season.
Okay, a bad start for the Korea.
There's still an SS coming from 1max. Another miss by the South Korean side by Karuna. Still 4-way FC for Ukraine. It's a really strong start. Like, if there's a pick to win, it's probably this one. Essentially, you didn't perform well on most other masks, and this one's definitely one of the better choices for them to go for. If they don't win this point, it's gonna be hard winning on the others.
Yeah, you're right. So still holding a 4-way full combo on Ukraine's side. That early miss from Zayton is really taking it for South Korea. But, you know, anything can happen. South Korea is round, so this we need to watch.
South Korea is a team which scales pretty well, but can maybe lose a few points in the other stages.
Those sliders are brutal, but everybody is doing well with it. So I'm really expecting high hopes from these players.
Yeah, so Vice just did 2 early misses by South Korea.
Ukraine really holding up to their combos right here. Impressive performance from them.
Ooh, that's a miss by 1max. Is it gonna be enough actually for the South Korean side to take this one? I think this should be it for the Ukrainian side, but it's gonna be a little bit close.
Well, I think they are short of time. Yes, I think it is not enough for South Korea. But that was close. That was close.
4.2 million points. That is a respectable performance by Ukraine.
Yes, almost netting a 4-way full combo. Just 1max missing, having 1 miss. That was not really great, but still great performance by Ukraine, taking the first point from South Korea.
Yeah, maybe that's where the 1 comes from. 1max. That's a 1 miss. Oof.
Oof. Yeah, nice pun there.
Ooh, and it is a gentle stick and Amphitron. Amphitron, is that how you would pronounce it? It is not Japanese, so I don't know if you can help me out here, talk about that.
No, I can help you in Japanese pronunciation, but not this time. The Amphitron, maybe?
Amphitron, let's call it Amphitron. Yeah, I think this is a no-brainer for South Korea. South Korea did really well on the hidden, really well.
Most of the audience knows South Korea as a DT and Hard Rock Stronghouse, but recent years South Korea have been performing pretty well in AR8 hidden, so this is definitely a pick for them.
Yeah, they were the 3rd best team in the Streamy Approach 8 hidden on the qualifier map pool, and this one's also in the same style. It is a Streamy AR8 hidden. So it's pretty closely related, right? Even if it's a bit slower in BPM, it is still really closely related. And having done so well on the qualifier pool, which is a lot harder, I mean, this is essentially a no-brainer. Also, if you compare to Ukraine, where they actually got 37th on the rotating, that's a huge difference.
Okay, so on the South Korea side, we have 3 new players coming in. Karcher, Nope KJK, and Melitoru subbed out and subbed in for rested players, and this is probably their best HD squad.
Yeah, Flying Tuna and Karuna did really well on the hidden too. I believe they even a seed. Season and Nopek. How do you call him again?
It's Nope KJK.
Nope KJK. All right.
Yeah.
Nope KJK. Both Season. Actually, that is interesting. Oh yeah, Season was actually playing the Approach 8 hidden on the qualifier, but is not playing this one.
Yeah, and also Karuna. Karuna is also good with hidden on lower
Right.
layers, but we have new players.
Right, yeah. Maybe they're just focusing on people getting a bit more experience here after a lot of early misses. I believe there's not going to be a 4SC by any team here, and we already see that a lot of misses by Ukraine, just Dench holding on for now.
Yeah, speaking of early misses, we have miss right and left, and Melitoru, Sadness, Ponyawaka? Ponyaoka. I'm bad with pronunciations. Help me. This AR8 makes it so hard for hidden because of these overlaps, especially. And this map has lots of overlap and weird rhythms, so that could also get trip the players on this caliber of playing. So
Yeah, you definitely see the difference in mastery over this by just the sheer accuracy. You at least see another miss by Sadness. A few combos coming from the Ukraine side, but just look at the accuracies. I think that's really where the biggest story is being told here.
yes, Criterion on 88. This is tanking him so much. Also, Ponyawaka, yes, 92. And Sadness on also lower 90s. Actually, everyone on Ukraine is below 96, so this is really tanking them so hard.
Yeah, so just having the combo advantage and the accuracy advantage gives you so much of an advantage here. So that's a big lead, and even if the South Korean side would just start missing left and right, that is a very commanding lead. A miss by Flying Tuna, who had really good accuracy up until that point in the sea. But you know what? The damage has been done. It's 3.4 million against 2 million points. And I don't think this is a big surprise to anyone that South Korea has won on the hidden pick here. I think the most important thing about this match is what has Ukraine prepared here. Like, have they practiced any picks, or are they just getting outscaled? I would definitely like to see which avenue they will try to attack on. I don't think Ukraine would ever pick hidden 1 or just another hidden. I don't think that makes a lot of sense here. The closest all of the performances they had was another DT. Maybe they could go for DT3. Otherwise, the stream map was really good as well in their way. Like Speed Battle might be a pick, but they're going for the speed map actually. All right, I think this is also a bit more closely related to the double time we saw. It is definitely a lot lower in BPM though.
Yes, Ukraine should have more pocket picks for them to make some score. For lower seeded teams, it is best for them to face the highest seeded teams in the lower stage of the bracket, and this is their chance to perform. And we are seeing a normal 5 pick.
Yeah, this one is gonna be in a similar way of being just fast and mostly on focus on your tapping hands, because there's very little aim on this map, very little aim, and in that way they're pretty close related, but it is way slower, and focus a bit more on stamina. Essentially, if you were able to play the previous DT map, you should be able to play this one as well.
Yes, like Burst Dreams, this has a DT-ish map, I guess, and these DPM changes are really hard for the streaming abilities to catch up. And well, Ukraine performed really well on BT2, so we expect high performance from them. By the way, Nomo 2 has not title of Speed Battle, but this is even higher speed than the Speed Battle.
Right. It's called Speed Battle, but this is the actual Speed Battle on normal.
Yes, and Speed Battle, rather it is Endurance Battle.
Yeah, you're right. It's actually more of a stamina test than a speed test. Yeah, it does reference the original Spawn, which I guess is pretty fast for Toho standards, isn't it?
It is fast for Toho standards, but in OS we have Sound Voltex maps, we have very high speed maps, so which makes Speed Battle a little slow, I'd say.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of speedy things also coming up in the future pools. But let's focus on this one for now. Time Machine is gonna start really hard. Like this is essentially how streamy the map gets. With these 13 node long streams at the beginning, a bit of recover time with the repeat sliders, but you see some accuracy dropping here and there. Dench actually tanked the most on the other side of Ukraine. Generally, they're still like an SS map. That is impressive.
Yes, it is. Oh, well, the map changes from part to part, so we have streamy parts, we have somewhat not streamy parts around, but this map really focuses on fast-paced stream, and tanking accuracy in the stream is not really going to help you in the future.
Yeah, there's a slowdown part coming up. It's 185 BPM, so you can see a few 100s here and there if you're not ready for it. Like, this is actually 185 right now, so just this short little part. Yeah, a lot of 100s by 1max, for example. Oh, the Kicksliders actually took Criterion's combo away.
Oh,
he's not happy about that.
It's so sad to see players showing their skills on stream and then get the random miss on kick sliders.
Yeah, that was actually, I think, one of the most aim-intense parts of the entire map. And this map does really have aim, let's be honest. Maybe that's the reason why they're going for the speed and low aim maps. Because he only missed on the aim part here.
Yes, and everything will be streamed, and there is no aim to consider. So when you get nerves on tournaments, the aim starts to get shaky. You should not play the aim map, and this is helping them.
Do you see what I see? That's a miss by Season.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I mean, there's still like really good accuracy. I mean, 99.91% by Ponytail and Flying Tuna. That's insane. But they have the combo advantage. So if Ukraine keeps on holding the combo, they might potentially take this.
We still have half of the map to go, then the time is on the Ukraine side, so we'll need to wait and see.
That's not a big score lead, 100k. Like, actually, even less after the spinner here.
Okay, so the gaps are closing.
Yeah, Dench has gotten back his accuracy from the initial accuracy drop at the beginning. Like 99.94%. It's like a 1/100 by both Ponytail and Flying Tuna for now. There's gonna be one last stream section here. And this gap is actually closing here.
It is closing. And 1max and Criterion should get a high accuracy in order for them to make the acceleration faster.
getting closer and closer, but the accuracy is still really solid by South Korea, and that might just be it potentially here. 70,000 points of difference.
Okay, we're getting to the final parts of the map.
Oh, I didn't even notice the miss by Diamond. Jesus Christ, I absolutely missed that one. That could have actually made the difference.
Yes, it could have been, but
Yeah, I was just staring at the screens, just looking for any 100s, like just a bunch of 100s dropping, so the accuracy makes a difference. But that might have actually Diamond, even if ESC, there will only be like 30,000 points. Like 40,000 points at most, which would be slightly higher than Dench. So, and the difference was 70,000, so it wouldn't have made a difference.
look at Ponytail and Flying Tuna, both 100. Wow, that is an insane performance from them.
Yeah, really, really good accuracy, and I think that actually made the difference, because if they would have just had 1% less accuracy, that would be a win for Ukraine by far. But so far, the picks by Ukraine have been really good. Darkish was a really solid pick, and they just 4AC. And this one, I think they probably also expected a 4AC, and that's gotta sting, but you know, that's just the way competition is sometimes. You can't be on your A game and just see every single map, every single time. Because that would just make tournaments really, really boring, because they'd be really predictable.
The upsets are there for fun. And upsets are always fun to watch. So,
Talking about fun things, hey, here's a fun song. It's Pirates Banquet.
This is really fun. The alternating map.
Yeah,
This is gonna be a fun fest.
Yeah, it's a cool song. It has a bit of rhythm in there, so it's a bit jazzy here. Just, you know, fun time for everyone, well, except maybe the players, because this one, I think, is definitely also something I wouldn't expect a 4AC on both sides. Maybe South Korea if they really pull it off, but I definitely would give the edge here over to South Korea. Let's be honest.
Yes, but on this map there are partially 1/6, I guess. That makes your rhythm get lost on the map. So if Korea does combo there, then there can be an opportunity for Ukraine to also take this map.
Yeah, this is definitely very closely related to the qualifier alternate map, which, you know, might be a bit of a mix of like a rhythm map and an alternate map. This one has some accelerating streams, it has some 1/6, which means that there's a few bursts which are just faster, and you can't really just focus on keeping your tempo on the same, the same level. You have to adjust sometimes, and you know that like adjusting sometimes is definitely something which is gonna make it that much slightly more weird for people.
Yes, it will be, and I wonder if there is a player that just single tap this map.
Oh no, please, no. I mean, you could, but I think this is a lot of like 1/2 or like 1/4 circles in a row, like the consecutive amount of circles you have to use. Like, I can see some people single tapping this, but it doesn't make sense to me because every pattern is very flowy. It's like you just kind of drag around as if you're like just drawing half circles. And single tapping has a big advantage if you like alternate between like flowy patterns and really snappy patterns, right? I think that's definitely where single tapping shines in alternate maps. On this one, I would definitely say just alternate it. I mean, it's like a low BPM stream map. You wouldn't single tap a stream map too, right? I mean, okay.
You won't.
Depends on who you ask, alright?
I have seen some players who just casually single tap with a really high BPM, but not on the tournaments, I guess. Not on the tournaments.
Right, it does start a bit hard here. There's some early misses. Nelitoro and Criterion missed. Bonyaka did miss as well. Doesn't surprise me. The beginning has a bit of rhythm in there, so you don't really have time to adjust the map, but it just throws the pellets at you.
Yeah, the first few seconds of the map is the hardest part of the map, so it is not rare to see players who miss here. We'll see them catch up.
Yeah, there's another miss by Magneto Gamer. 1, 2, and 3. You know, I think adjusting to the map is probably one of the hardest parts of any tournament. If you go from speedy map to slow map, another miss by Konyaka. It's just, you know, you got to get used to the pick like really quickly, and if he throws like a really hard pattern at you, you just miss, and it doesn't surprise me there. Really big lead by South Korea here. We do have the combo and the accuracy advantage.
Wow, South Korea just casually leading this up. With some decent accuracy, yeah.
I mean, 99.5%, even if Flying Tuna doesn't have the combo, he does have the accuracy.
Well, Ukraine side has no full combo going on, so combo miss from one or two players does not really matter for South Korea unless they get four-way miss.
Right, but this is essentially the story, which wasn't too surprising. For the picks Ukraine is going for, you see being really close, and sometimes Ukraine edges it out. But when South Korea picks what they're good at, and what Ukraine is bad at, this is just what happens. Like the 2 100s, 150, there was actually just a slider break by Flying Tuna. That's insane accuracy. Also, great performances by the rest of the South Korean side. Just, you know, solid scores all around.
Yes, next pick will be Ukraine, so they will need to pick a good one, good for their picks, good for their scores, because if they miss this, it will give the match point to South Korea and the pick to the South Korea as well. So, as what you have said, South Korea really performing on their picks. So the Ukraine should not give them more picks.
If I look at Ukraine's performance and the way their team worked so far, I don't think they really want Hidden or Hard Rock, or where South Korea could shine on Hidden at all. So I don't think 3-1 is gonna be that attractive to them. They're actually going for it. Oh boy.
Oh.
I mean...
Speaking of the 3-1, yeah.
Well, if they have one good Hidden player, I didn't dive too much deeply. If they have a really solid Hidden player, they could, because it's 3-1, you have to have one Hidden player and one Harlock player. And they just generally didn't perform well on Hidden. If they have one like Hidden main, and they get that one on Hidden, and then one Harlock main and get that one on Harlock, the rest can maybe go for Nomad, it could potentially work. Right? I don't have that, I didn't look for that deep of information, but I still feel like there might be something else up in the air for grabs.
Well, I do think it is a viable pick if Ukraine does not miss, because because this map is literally the probably easiest that doesn't require that much skill on the pool. So if they can make it, of course, they can also battle with the accuracy with South Korea. But you know how South Korea have performed, I think there's a slight of a chance, but I think F11 was not the good pick for them.
Yeah, maybe DT3 isn't that much of an attractive pick to them, because DT3, the finger control DT, it does have a fair amount of streams, right? So that's essentially something Ukraine would want, but it has a few aim patterns here, which are snappy, where if you miss them, I mean, like that's a respectable aim difficulty, right? And they
Yes.
also did ban the DT1, which is the DT aim map. So they definitely do not want fast aim anywhere.
They could have just gone Nomad too if they want to stream out the map. But I think this FM1 will need to see because
Yeah, I mean, I think I really like your sentiment here, which means it is one of the easier maps. Primob generally is also on the easier side, and they just want the Foreman FC there and believe into South Korea to just miss.
yes,
I think
because
that's the plan here.
on tournaments, good, I'd say, higher seeded teams have tendency to ban easier maps, especially Nomad 1 or 3 mods, because they just want to get rid of the variables that they can miss on the pressures. Then, if that's what Ukraine is aiming for, they should not miss as well, and that's a problem.
Yeah, the thing is though, if you're like way better as just, generally as players and as a team, but you have a 4FC potential and the opposing team has 4FC potential, that will favor them. Because you can't really just outscale them and just be better than them because, 4FC is 4FC and misses can always happen, right?
Miss
Sure,
can
maybe-
always happen.
Yeah, I'm sure maybe your team has a higher chance of 4FC, but its chances there for the Ukraine side. And so far it's looked really good because there was an early miss by Utah.
Yes, this is what they are aiming for, if I would say that. So far, looking good for Ukraine. Ponyaka tanked their accuracy a little bit, but that doesn't matter. Noxy UK is also tanking his accuracy as well.
Once again, really good accuracy by South Korea if you look at Fine Tuner and Ponytail here. But Criterion and Magnetic Gaming 1, 2, 3 are not far behind. Well, that was a good accuracy and combo, but it just is only accuracy now for Ponytail Fine Tune. The entire South Korean side is missing, and this 2FC is on Ukraine.
Wow, is this what Ukraine have planned for?
And South Korea just kind of crumbled, like everyone missed.
Well, we did not curse them, just so you know.
I mean,
everybody
maybe we should be praising them, right? You shouldn't praise them apparently.
Yeah, the caster's curse is always there when you praise the players. That is what it is.
That is a commanding lead on this map. SC by Dench on Hard Rock. Well done by him.
Yeah.
Criterion, the Nomad FC 6100s, Magnetic Gamer has done the damage with Ponyaka supporting them. 700k on both. That is, for something I was not so sure about beforehand, this was a really good pick, but I don't think if this is results-based analysis and South Korea just kind of dropped the ball, because that's what I think happened. But generally, the idea picking an easy map here worked out for Ukraine.
Well, we'll just say Ukraine have picked and Ukraine have performed. It is what they have expected and they get what they expected.
Man, that's wonderful. South Korea is picking and they couldn't bring us to match point. And I think when this gets to the tiebreaker, South Korea is looking pretty solid there.
Well, tiebreaker, anything can happen, so we need to get to there first, because if we want to see tiebreaker in action. But I think it is time for Hard Rock, I guess, because Hard Rock has not been getting so much love.
It is time for Hidden 1.
Oh no!
South Korea is just really good on Hidden, and you definitely notice that Ukraine was lacking a bit of hidden prowess if you compare it to the double time.
Yes, so Hidden 1, Romance Gariamaru is, well, rather plain hidden map, but you should not just regard it as a plain hidden map, because there are some cut streams coming up.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors on this map. First, if you just look at it, it is approaching 9 flat. So that means there's a respectable amount of density. Like usually if you just hop on into OS, you download your newest maps through OS Direct, and you just see 9.3, 9.4, right? Comfortable densities. This one is 9.0. The also is a bit weird on the side, it's CS 4.5, that's the circle size. So it's a bit smaller than you would actually see a normal map on. And then the map also has multiple timing points, which means accuracy is gonna be a bit on the harder side. Like the timing isn't constant and adjusts sometimes, not by much, but it does. So getting good accuracy is also gonna be a bit awkward here and there. And next to that, you have the map itself. Like that was just the info around the map, but the map itself and what the map has done, there's a lot of overlaps here. So you have to practice this map, absolutely. If you don't, you're gonna get a lot of 100s and just misses generally. It's also consistent stats with 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
I think I'm seeing some visions of all players either side missing on that costume. Yeah, that costume is deadly, I'd say.
If you just look at this is just raw skill-wise, this is easy enough for Ukraine to 4SC.
Yes.
Just because of the factors that it's hidden, that it's density, stuff like that, it just makes me think that this is more like a South Korean win.
Well, considering the Hidden 2 result, we would say so. But AR9, it's so sad to say that AR9 is slow with Hidden. Like back 5 years from now, AR8 was slow, but everybody say AR9 is slow now. And we'll see if what they have prepared is what they will perform.
Let's just hope that Ukraine has played this map plenty of times, because they should have, because this is an expected pick by South Korea.
Definitely expected pick from South Korea. And what I love about this map is that there are so much circular movements throughout the KI sections, where you have to go fast and you have to go in circles, and that's really fun to watch. Maybe not fun for the players.
And 2 players just did not have enough fun in Ponytail and Criterion, both missing. It is just one full combo trade, but there's another break by Magnetic game 1-3. And no one's trading on the South Korean side. That was the worst trade deal in the history of OS, because there's another miss from the Ukraine side by Dench.
Oh, they have the accuracy, but they do not have the combo right now. So if South Korea doesn't miss, they have to pray to the gods that South Korea should miss on this map, or maybe pray to the casters.
Right. Wait, I'm checking my paper. Oh, I did not have anything coming from the Ukrainian side, so I will not be cursing anyone from South Korea.
Let me check my paper as well.
3 FCs by South Korea, this is pretty solid so far. There's only one by Ukraine, another miss by Dench, another miss by Ponytail. So that is a really good lead.
Yeah, Ponytail have missed early on, so it doesn't really matter not that much. So we still have full combo going on the South Korean side. So if this goes along the map, then we'll see another South Korean point, but who knows?
We did lose the only FC on the side of Ukraine, and I think that is the name in the coffin, because there's 3 FCs, even if there's more misses from South Korea. That's 500k in lead, and there's only a quarter of the song left. So I think it's fair to say that South Korea should have this point in the bag.
Well, even if Ukraine lose this point, they still have a pick to go, so that's where they can, let's say, turn the tide to themselves.
Right. So for now,
Being
it's
on
time
it,
to
yeah.
enjoy the song and, maybe look at some of the accuracies. Nellytory had a really good accuracy in combo, but he unfortunately missed on that part. Flying Tuna is still holding on really strong here with accuracy and combo.
Yeah, overall accuracy is really good on South Korean side, being the lowest being the Note KJK on 98-ish.
Yeah, respectable accuracy by Magnetic Gamer 123 as well. He actually has the highest accuracy in the lobby. Doesn't have an FC, unfortunately, but this is a really good performance from the side of Ukraine, actually. He took over Ponyarka's score, even though he has less combo, just because his accuracy is just a lot higher.
Yeah, this is some sort of an accuracy game as well, so. It's a rhythm game, yes. Accuracy matters.
No, look, I only single tap and I move my cursor, right? Where's my Nomad 1?
Oh.
I mean, I don't think we will see Nomad 1 here because there's just way better picks for South Korea and Ukraine banned DT1. So why would Ukraine ever go for Nomad 1, right?
Yeah.
So it is
Ukrainian
Nomad
one.
2. It is something we did mention early on.
Yes.
You saw Pirates Banquet, just, when it comes to the variety of skill sets, South Korea is strong on anything. And Eagle Stick, the Nomad 4 has a bit of an aim focus. Hardrock is not something they want to go for. Nomad 2 is really the only thing they can go for, and maybe DT3. And we'll see how this one goes. This map
more of
is only stream and stream aim.
Yeah, only stream. That is the point. If your aims are shaking, then you should definitely go for the stream map. And this, even though the title says speed battle, the BPM is 185, which isn't that fast, and which isn't that of a speed battle. Let's say it's more of an endurance battle. So if they can stream 185, then they definitely have a chance.
Right, but even as we said that it doesn't really have that much an aim focus, yeah, it doesn't. Because you don't really have aim involved in this map compared to a normal map where you just jump from one circle to the other. This one does have respectable spacing between the streams. So you do have like stream aim, so that's flow aim here, a lot in this map, and you can still miss even if you have the stamina for the map. You still can easily miss on the aim aspect.
Yes,
so that's why I'm a bit scared for Ukraine, to be honest.
Yeah, we have seen the Canada versus Philippines match, and Canadian players also missed on this map. So the if you get the nerves, then this map is something that you can miss on.
Yeah, and as you can see, whatever you see right now, that's gonna be that's still really the tone for the rest of the map. You just see a lot of streams, and decent spacing here and there. A bunch of 100s by a few players like Karsha, for example, but no misses really yet, which is good. Actually, an accuracy lead by Ukraine. Fun fact, Ukraine's Nomad 2, that is the stream map we're also seeing here in the qualifier, was one of the better maps from them. Oh, that's a miss by Diamond though. I don't think you should have missed there like that. This is one of the easier parts of the map. There's gonna be plenty of harder parts coming up soon. But those accuracy, like Ukraine is still on top of it. And Karuna here is not too shabby either with his double S. Alright, time for one of the harder sections here. Karsha missing.
Oh,
okay, that
Karsha.
is a really good trade. That is right in the middle of the map. So if Diamond actually holds until the end, that's gonna be a win by Ukraine. But it's not over yet. There's plenty of miss opportunities.
Yeah, plenty of streams left, plenty of no here. We still have 4 combos on each side, so Diamond should not miss. Diamond should not miss.
can you stop talking, please?
Oh no!
Diamond should not miss, and he did. And you know what? He did as well again. But you know what? There's a Karuna and Karcher miss. Both are still really low combos. There's still 3 FCs against 2.
Oh my god, I have cursed again. I'm so sorry.
No, I think you were lying when you checked your paper, Leonie, that you saw nothing, alright? Because,
I'm
I mean,
clean
come
on
on.
that. Well, no, don't accuse me of that. I'm clean. I have double checked my PayPal account.
Yeah, maybe that's why, because the second checks only had a lump sum on it. But, man, I mean, 3 FCs, there's still a Kiai left. And it's like the rest, there's still plenty of streams and plenty of spacing here. And this was probably one of the harder parts of the map. Because the spacing is just slightly higher here.
Oh, we're reaching the end. And we have the slow part. And, oh, okay.
Well, and there goes one of the SCs on South Korea. I think that's it. That is a 200k point lead and still 3 SCs coming from Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine with a really strong performance here.
That's a spin. Is someone losing his FC here? Is someone gonna lose his FC right after the spinner? They don't. Alright.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. That is... this could actually be a 3-4 for Ukraine if they would have actually gotten the Nomad 5, which they could have. That was really close. Like, there was 70k points for the speed Nomad. And they got this one. They could have actually been on match point right now.
Yes, they could have been. Wow. Well, South Korea. They're on the match point, but the momentum is not theirs. So we'll need to see what they pick next.
The thing is, though, I have this gut feeling that now that South Korea is gonna pick the last map of the match, I think they're gonna go for Hard Rock or like one of these spicier Nomads, which is Nomad 4. I mean, they could go Nomad 1. I don't think that's a bad choice either. But I think South Korea is just too solid on Hard Rock or Nomad 4.
But consistency is a problem right now for South Korean players, so I would not recommend Nomad 1. Maybe they go for Double Time 3 is also good. I cannot read anymore. I cannot see what is coming.
Double Time 3 would be an option, but I think it's probably better to just go Hard Rock.
Yes, I agree on that. I agree on picking Hard Rock on this.
Yeah, like, I see Nomad 4 and both either Hard Rocks to be a solid choice, unless South Korea is suddenly saying, well, we're really nervous right now, let's just do something a bit more, I don't know. Because if they go for CS 6.5 and they're nervous, that's just trouble. That is asking for trouble. Because you have so many small circles, and if you shake just a bit, you're gonna lose, like, combo immediately. They're currently discussing.
Yeah. Discussing right now. Okay, they're taking time. The fire is on their side. They're burning. They need to keep the fire off, then address the picks.
Yeah, and they're going for Nomad 4. It is a bit more aim heavy, and that's why I think Nomad 4 was definitely one of the more safer picks and just solid picks. Ukraine has tried to avoid any and all aim in the pool, and Nomad 4 does have a respectable amount of just aim involved, next to just being obviously a tech map. And so it being a tech map, featuring a lot of slider velocity changes, you have some fast sliders, slow sliders, you have some streams here and there, and a bit of awkward aim. You know, this I think the map is a solid pick for South Korea. Even if they lose, which is very unlikely, they still have the tiebreaker to go for. And I would definitely favor South Korea for that one. But man, Ukraine has surprised me so much. Maybe I think Ukraine is performing really well, but South Korea is underperforming just a little bit, I think.
Yeah, since many of the players are first time playing, considering that maybe nerves have gotten to them. But we cannot say so because you have watched, maybe you have watched the Canada and Philippines match, and Surinator really performed well on that. So we're not seeing some great performance from South Korean side, but
I mean,
also
we're talking about new players, we're talking about people who are unproven in OWC, and you just look at the Ukraine side and you like, same story for them. They're here and they're here to play.
And they are performing. They are proving
and they are
themselves.
performing, and that is the big difference here.
South Korea needs to address this stuff really quick, unless if they go to tiebreaker, some miracles can happen for both sides.
Yeah, but there's still, I mean, the driver's seat I think is still in South Korea's side, because this map and the last map potentially are both really solid for them. Alright, let's see how this one will go. An early miss by Dench doesn't make too much of a difference unless no one else misses.
Well, this map is a miss-prone map, so early misses is negligible, I'd say.
Oh wait, no, that was actually a ghost miss. Dench is still holding combo, but Ponytail might have missed, and Ponyaka as well. Criterion potentially also missed.
Lots of miss.
No, Criterion didn't miss.
Oh,
There was a
okay.
ghost miss, but I think did Ponytail actually miss? I think Ponyhawk and Ponytail did miss. Those are real misses. So it's just two combos trading against each other.
Yeah, two ponies missing left and right.
Oh, both ponies. All right, they're linked. All right.
Yeah.
Quantum entanglement happening right here. Alright, that's the 1/3 part. I can see people missing here, definitely.
Yes, definitely.
Ooh, a lot of 100s by Dench, but you know, everyone held, I think.
This is a short map, so if we see miss from here now on, it is deadly. It is deadly.
Yeah, I mean, both pony players actually just kind of missed at the same part here. Some kick sliders. No miss on the repeat slide. I think this is the hardest slide velocity changes of the entire map. If there are misses, they would come up right about now.
Oh, I cannot watch
so
this.
close. It is true. Oh my, wait, is it a miss by Nelitor? Wait, 150 combo? Did something happen there? Is it actually a thing? Is Ukraine taking this one? They're holding strong. There's a miss by Magneta Gamer, but it's 50k points in their lead and they'll take it.
Are we seeing the tiebreaker? Really? Is it?
That is a tiebreaker. That is actually a tiebreaker. A 2-100 performance by Flying Tuna, but Jesus Christ, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, Korea is seriously underperforming here, and it is destined with that we see the first tiebreaker of OS World Cup 2020. It is first tiebreaker.
And you know what that means? It means time to mute the VOD. I mean, there's nothing else to say here, but hopefully this is why you guys are here when it's live, because there's no way you would have watched this one afterwards.
Yes. Oh god, I'm sweating.
Every time a match is close, every time a match is a banger, you get this one and you listen to this banger live, but you can't watch it anywhere else but live. And while you're here, I mean, hopefully double check your pick'ems, because this is gonna be wild.
Are we seeing a round of 16 losers bracket South Korea? The number 2 from last year? I'm losing my words.
This could have been an early win by Ukraine. Ukraine lost the Nomad 5 speed pick by 70k points. This could have actually been a win by Ukraine without the tiebreaker. Just think about it for a second.
Yes,
the 27th
just
seed against the 5th seed.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. That is...
Wow. Hey, guess your pick'ems. Well, we are going nuts with pick'ems today.
But it is
I
time.
guess. It is.
It is time. Both sides are just gonna be really nervous for this one. It's My Chemical Romance, Welcome to Black Parade, a custom map by Moth. This one's really spicy. It starts off for the first 1 minute and 30 seconds with a lot of variety, a lot of BPM changes. Essentially the map is 216 BPM, so that's decently high. You should probably single tap this one, I don't think you should alternate it. You get a lot of 100s at the beginning, because the BPM is just varied. The drummer was drunk, that's just the way it is sometimes. You know, some people are really good at holding consistent beat, this drummer didn't, that's just the way it is.
Yes,
and the map
the
actually
drama.
starts.
The drama is here, and drama is right now. We're going to the tiebreaker. Yes, I didn't expect to see tiebreaker this early on, but I was expecting at some point that we'll see a tiebreaker. And okay, on the chat, Nelly Toru is saying that he is sorry for his performance, but the match isn't over. The match isn't over, so we'll need to see.
Look, it is a round of 32, anything can happen when the maps are on the easier side, right? You know, underdogs can win, that is a potential here. You know, and no one's gonna have to swim home, right? Because everyone's sitting snugly at home, so that's a great advantage of online tournaments.
Maybe they'll stream on the backpacks, maybe later on.
And this is the reason why you're watching this live. It is time. Alright. Is Korea gonna lose? Korea, the grand finalists of last year. Are they gonna lose in round of 32 this year? Was there such a downgrade, or is it just a fluke? Can they win this? That is gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, if they lose, it will be top 10 OS World Cup betrayal of all time.
It is time for the accuracies to drop. And for the nerves to, you know, for everyone to start shaking. This map, you know, a bit of a calm before the storm here. You know, kinda get used to the map for now. If you see some misses here, this is really bad. Alright?
Yeah, they should not miss. Definitely.
And then when the map starts around the 130s mark, you see a few more aim patterns where I would definitely argue for South Korea to be, you know, a little bit favored. There's a few 1/3 patterns, so alternate patterns coming up hard. That's a lot of miss by Ponyaka. That is also a huge accuracy drop here.
And things are not going well for Ukraine, since their accuracy isn't that high enough.
Some faster sliders. I can maybe see a slider break here or there. Ponyaka did get a slider break there on the beginning of the slider. You know, some miss snaps by Magnetic Gamer, but South Korea is holding strong.
Yes, for early on, South Korea is holding strong, but we need to see those anti-jumps on later parts will get
Oh my
players.
god, that was the entire Ukraine side missing there.
Oh, that's deadly. South Korea still going on, and it's looking grim for Ukraine. But the song is long, so we will need to see. Everything can happen.
And that is the drummer part. Now we get into the 190, 180 BPM standards, you know, jumps here and there. Longer jump coming up here. Pattern aim. How many people will miss? No one does. Oh, that's a miss by Magnetic Gamer. Just at the last square.
Okay, those jumps are taking its toll.
That is, I believe, the first miss from the side of South Korea by Caesar.
Yeah.
The rest of the combos are building up, but that's a 200k point advantage so far. And you have to keep combo on those patterns.
Yes, 200k earlier on is big. This is big lead for South Korea now. Ukraine should keep their combo and hope South Korea misses it.
You know, oh my, that's a double miss on one of the jump patterns on this one by Dench and Ponyaka. It's looking even worse so far.
Yes, these wide jumps are really hurting the players.
Oh, that's the miss by Karuna. The hope isn't that yet, but 400k points, that is hard to catch up on.
Yeah, but still, one by one, Ukraine can do this. If they keep on going, then they can do this. South Korea have proved that they are not, they are vulnerable, so we'll see.
That is another miss by Criterion, another combo just lost for the Ukraine side. Flying Tuna and Karcher both holding strong. Alright, we're in a bit of a double section here. People can miss here, and then there's a really big accuracy drop potential on the slowdown for a very slow stream coming up right about now. Oh, a lot of miss. Flying Tuna missed, so that's one FC gone, but Criterion and Dench both missed, and that's 600k in the favor of South Korea.
And Criterion is really having a hard time with his combo and his accuracy right now, so this is really taking its toll on Criterion.
And I think after this ultimate part, if there might be a few more misses, but those are the misses on the wrong side. It's Dench who misses.
Wow, this is breathtaking. I cannot really say, oh no.
A build-up, the stream is gonna take Magnetic Gamers combo and Ponyaka, and I think that is gonna be the nail in the coffin.
Yes, those patterns are deadly, and it seems it's first time seeing Tiebreaker. People will notice that there is a lot of traps on the traps that players can miss on this map. Yeah, and this is deadly.
Karcher missed on the slowdown right before the easy part here, you know. This is when the map ends. The journey ended. Karcher didn't get his FC. South Korea is not gonna join the losers bracket, they're gonna advance, and Ukraine, after a valiant fight, that was insane by Ukraine, and they could have even won earlier. That was great performance.
It is both Ukraine performing great and South Korea performing a little meh.
Underwhelmingly.
Yeah,
sure.
underwhelmingly.
But they did get the W at the end of the day. They did advance, and the pools are getting harder. So South Korea is definitely gonna, you know, they're gonna welcome harder pools, definitely.
Yes.
And that's just gonna be favoring them. And, you know, they still advance. That's the important part. It was a bit close for Comfort, but, you know, a win is a win.
Win is a win. That is really true.
Alright, congratulations to South Korea and Ukraine. We will see you in the losers bracket. And man, we actually took up our entire 1 hour slot for this match. Well, I need a breather after that match, Jesus Christ. Alright, but you know, I'm actually gonna get a breather because I think you will be continuing your commentary.
Yes, I'm continuing, yes.
And I believe someone special will join you.
Oh, I'm so excited. I should restrain myself from going fanboy mode because, you know, I can't. If I start going fanboy mode, then the stream is destroyed. So I'll restrain it, really.
Right, you know, there's gonna be a lot of cool people in commentary, and if you wanna talk about cool people in the commentary team, I mean, you can't, like, you just have to mention Doomsday. And Doomsday is gonna take over for me and is gonna commentate the next match. And I'm gonna welcome Doomsday here. Hello Doomsday, how are you?
Hey, what's going on? That was something else, that game. Wow, I was watching on the sidelines.
Damn straight.
Absolutely crazy.
I'm gonna take a break because I need one after that match. I'm gonna wish you guys a lot of fun and good luck for the following matches.
Yeah, you take care, mate.
See ya.
Okay, so we're one. We have ended South Korea and Ukraine match. That was a match to see. 5 versus 4. It is. We did not expect that score from South Korea, and we did not expect that score from Ukraine. But next match is Also, a good match to see. Taiwan versus Netherlands. Aren't you excited?
Yeah.
Sensei?
Yeah, this is the one that should be quite close on paper. Two teams with a lot of players that have played in many World Cups in the past. And two
Yes.
very decent teams with close qualifier seedings, so this one should be promising.
If I recall correctly, these are the top 4 teams. I mean, the ones that were top 4 on first iteration of World Cups, is it?
Oh yeah, they were. Yeah, it wasn't the history time. Wasn't
History
the very
time.
first. Yes, of course. It wasn't the very first OWC final. Taiwan versus Netherlands. I'm pretty sure it
Yes.
was.
Yeah, back in the day, it was really fun.
Yeah,
We're
man.
not seeing it right now.
Well, they did face last year, and they faced quite a few times, like in the last few years. The last meeting between these two, Taiwan won that one pretty heavily, so Netherlands going to be wanting to get some revenge here, I think.
Yes, revenge is always sweet. And we're seeing it earlier this day. And let's see who wins. And also, back in the Taiwan's golden days were like back in 2013, where they went up to the finals, facing South Korea. And from that back then, the Taiwan performance was a little bit underwhelming, let's say, for their name value, especially Rucker or Vic Snow White on their team. But I have high hopes on this time, since they have seeded 15th this time, but their scores were like overwhelming for a 15th seed.
Yeah, I think they kind of got bitten by doing extremely well on one of the mod maps, but maybe struggling or just having unfortunate runs on the second one, which did bring the seed down. Like, no doubt, Taiwan are much better than that seed would entail. Taiwan have always been one of the top teams in the US World Cup, and this is a nasty draw for the Netherlands, does have to be said.
Yes, it is a nasty draw. You have mentioned it on the seeding stream as well, that the team that will face Taiwan is going to be really taking their tolls. And you have mentioned Netherlands is on their side, on their opponent. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, actual qualifier results were very close. Netherlands having a solid qualifier run.
Mhm.
And when you take those qualifier scores, you put them head to head, they both trade blows well, man. And if this goes like that, which it should, the map pool is slightly easier. This one
Yes.
should be a damn good game. They have a good chance against Taiwan for sure.
Yes, but Taiwan, it's their time to address those underperforming Nomad maps on their side. So it is a match to see. It'll be close. We might see another tiebreaker.
Yeah, this is one of those games, absolutely. Both these two teams, a lot of the team members from last year have returned, and because they did face off against each other last year, these two know all too well each other's strengths and weaknesses. But of course, lots of new names on both sides that are coming into this for the first time. But yeah, no doubt, there's going to be an air of revenge, I think, on the Netherlands side to right that 5-1 defeat last year.
Yes, the 5-1 defeat from last year was brutal, but past is past, and qualifiers is just a qualifier. We're now on round of 32, and new thing starts, and new excitements also starts today.
Oh yeah.
So we have roll results already, and I guess they're taking a little bit of time of pick and banning.
Yeah, you gotta get it right. Make sure you don't get rid of the wrong map. With the map pool not necessarily being that difficult so far in relative to the rest of the tournament and these players' abilities, looking to try and target ban the one map that is slightly weaker than the rest. on your own side, as opposed to trying to ban what you think your opponent's going to be bad at. Is usually the way forward. So
I'm wondering if they will ban, if either of the team will ban Hidden 2, which is AR8. I would love to see that on stream. We have seen it on stream, like it's not last match, but I'd love to see more AR8s.
yeah, I don't think either of these teams will be looking at that, but I guess we'll see. Hard Rock 2 ban is the first one, meaning Netherlands will have to see whether the AR8 survives. And I don't think they did terribly well on it, so they might ban that. We'll see.
Well, strategy as it is that you can just leave it untouched, then nobody picks it. That's also a strategy.
Yeah, just hope that they're going to ignore it. It's like, just ignore that gentle stick map. Just
let that gentle stick be gentle, and we'll see no harm.
Well, Fremont 2's gone, so yeah, we do get the AR8 again. Fremont 2 is the high-speed, awkward aim map getting banned by the Netherlands.
And also awkward difficulty name, I'd say.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of a mouthful.
I do not want to. I do not want to read that on stream. So
it's on add me difficulty. Yeah.
Yes, add me. Add me somewhere else. Yes.
Add me on FB.
Oh, it's really fun to watch that. We have really fun difficulty names, such as that on the Time Machine Nomad 5. The difficulty name is 3 minute 45 104, which is the last note of the map is timed at, and that is interesting.
Yeah, it's like, I guess these custom maps that get again added to the pool this year, the mappers are just going ham with these diff names.
Yes,
I think we'll see plenty more.
Yeah, the SIG has an exclamation point only on difficulty name.
That's all you need.
Yeah,
it's all the description it needs.
Yes, all the description you need. If you see that map, you will exactly say the same. Oh!
Straight into it, Toggler. Let's go.
Yes!
Straight into the low AR hidden. Not wasting any time.
Yes, I have wished for this, and we're seeing it. This will be fun. Don't you think?
Oh, I always love watching a bit of AR8, man. It's always good.
Yeah.
Low BPM streams all the way through on low approach rate. Low BPM streams are always quite nasty when the density is high. And as the first map when nerves are at the highest, interesting pick.
It is also really, let's say, clever, or not clever, I'd say, to start up with the lower AR map, because you're going to get high and high and high. The map right after this will really hurt players when it comes to AR.
Here we go then. The rematch from last year. Of course, that one did go 5-1 in favor of Taiwan, but let's see if things change this time around.
Yes, can they make their revenge? Sweet, sweet revenge.
It's seen a lot of the new players on both sides joining in. Spines Knight playing his first OWC map here, as well as Nyako and Dolta, new debutants.
And also we have Vivliam and Flash, who have been performing quite well on like few World Cups back then. Well, they are still performing good.
Yeah, Vivliam is one of the Netherlands' core players. I think he played every single map in the qualifiers, and for the last few years he has been a strong player, but finding a couple early misses on this one.
This AR8 pick is really clever since they have some overlaps and weird rhythms in between, and that's what trips up player really much. I would love to pick this. If I was a map selector, I would definitely have picked this map as well.
It's kind of an evil pick. Like, not only do you have those overlaps, but the low BPM, some people can have issues with overstreaming that. You do see some AC issues coming in, possibly based on that. But yeah, looking at this, looking like an excellent pick. Netherlands really quite struggling on this one. That score lead is already humongous.
And just looking at the accuracies, we are seeing that Netherlands are really struggling on this pick. This might not have been prepared well enough for Netherlands.
I just don't think they're a big fan of the AR8s as a team. But Taiwan really popping off on this one. Really good set of scores, this. Goodness me. Almost 4-way FCing that. I think an unfortunate miss at the start is the only thing that blemishes that. Yeah, look at those combos, man. Two very nice FCs. Sheena Noriko and Flask opening up their account for this year in great style.
Yeah, a great performance on, especially Flask. Look at that accuracy, unbelievable.
That's what he does.
What he does
Flask
for a
when it
living.
comes to OWC, man.
Yes, this is what we expect from these top tier powerhouse players, especially though if they are really well, if they have played enough tournament matches, then nerves isn't a thing for them. So yeah, great performance.
Yep. Eat, sleep, win OWC matches, repeat. That's what a lot of these Taiwanese players do, year in, year out.
Isn't that what you do as well?
Well, we try, yeah. We do try.
You do. I mean, really, I have watched you for many years, and this is what you do as well. Okay.
Thanks, man.
Oh, a sick map is coming.
Yeah, that difficulty name is my reaction, to be honest.
Yes.
This map is
mine
pretty
as well.
sick.
It is sick. As the name says.
Yeah. Tech map coming out here in Nomod. We saw it just earlier, so you already know what's up with this one, many of you, but lots of slider streams and high SVs.
Yeah,
lots of very technical.
We're ramping up in terms of velocity wise. We're ramping up so high. You know, from the slower streams to fast sliders. These people need adjustments. Oh,
it's a big shift in map style for sure.
Yes, big shift. Okay, so we still are waiting for players.
People just filtering in, figuring out who's playing. I think we got it down now. Looks like we've seen Taku come in for this one for the Netherlands. One of their older players joining for this one. And also Shield joining in for Taiwan, who is one of their core players as well.
Yeah,
joining in for this no-mod pick.
Okay, here we go with the sliders. Yes. A delicacy to see. We're seeing this, but you know, I feel bad for you to play this on match.
That's 2020 mapping, just sliders everywhere. Every shape manageable. You just gotta, well, you know, you could just cheese them. Many of these sliders don't have slider ticks, so you can throw accuracy if you're really struggling and just hold your combo. But at this level, a 94% FC ain't worth much. Or at least not worth as much as most players if they get full combo.
Okay, so we're seeing miss on both sides, I guess. Well, this is not the map that you can just casually a full combo, so we're expected to see some misses here and there.
Yeah, you mentioned that after that AR8, there is some adjustment needed, and a few players just taking a moment to do so, but still quite close as everyone starts to calm down in the middle of this map.
Shield is quite tanking his accuracy and his combo as well. Not expected from Shield himself, but we'll see.
Yeah, slow start, but his team still have the lead at the moment. Still rather close. I think they still have the combo advantage a little bit.
Yeah, Flash ahead of everyone else when it comes to accuracy, so that's letting them some decent lead on the score.
Oh, I think it's an FC though by Taku on that slider stream. Now it really is Taiwan in the driver's seat in this last slider section now.
Oh, the slidings are nasty.
Yeah, a few players like having a bit of a wobble on this one after that AR8, but those FCs held really strong and some really good scores across the board. It's 2 FCs to 1, and Taiwan takes the second point.
Yeah, but the Netherlands are... Well, they could have kept their combos more, but you know, when the map is big exclamation points, then that really helps. We'll see next.
And there weren't too many misses, just the odd one or two, which is, you know, it tends to happen on maps like these. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you FC, and this time it just wasn't going to be for the Netherlands. Unfortunate, really, for both teams on that regard.
Maybe you flip the coin beforehand and wish for your luck. That could help.
Yeah, should have pulled some 4-leaf clovers.
Yes.
Collected some rabbit's feet, and you would have FC'd. That's how it goes on those maps sometimes.
You pick a flower, then go one by one, miss or not miss, then end up on miss, and you just throw that flower away, then start new. Okay, so we are seeing another hidden pick from Taiwan.
Yep, the higher approach rate one. It's still approach rate 9 though, which is still pretty low these days. Quite a dense map. Yeah, AR9 hidden is definitely a tricky one for players in terms of consistency. And with this map being full of cut streams and little 1-4 jumps throughout,
yes,
it's one that really tests that.
The cut stream is really deadly. I have test played this last few hours ago, then I really had struggled on the cut stream, so I expect the players... Well, they're skilled players, so they can do it, I guess. But the cut streams are really deadly, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a consistency test. I imagine a lot of these players, if they sat down in solo for a few attempts, they could FC this, but on a one try, it's getting that movement down on a consistent basis is what makes this sort of map tricky. So we'll see who's got that proficiency right now. Taiwan did do really well in the last hidden.
Yeah, and that proficiency is what they call skill when it comes to player skills. So,
yeah,
we'll see. We'll see. So as of now, it's 2-0 in favor of Taiwan. Will Netherlands come back and get their sweet revenge? We'll see.
Plenty of time for it to happen. More players joining. GF MRT making his debut this year, but is an old player who's been playing for many years. Also, Sky Ravania and Jackie Lam 5 making their opening in this tournament, in this map for the Netherlands.
Jackie Lam 5 he was there since the old days, isn't it?
Yeah, he's been playing many years. He's one of Netherlands' core players for a long time. Very good speed player, known for quality ACK, but he can really put on a good ACK run when he wants to. But he's known for his speed and reading.
Yeah, we're seeing this on Thailand's side and as well as Netherlands' side. And 3-2, I guess. in full combo is in favor of Taiwan. Well, we'll need to see on that country.
Oh, GFMRT played first map. My mistake.
Oh, okay. okay.
That was my mistake.
It's always good to see players coming back. So,
Oh, of course, yeah.
Of
No, I missed that. It's early. I'm still waking up. That's my excuse. But yeah, good start here by Taiwan. But they're not flying away like the last ARA. A better run so far from the Netherlands.
yes, and if a miss happens on Taiwan's side, it can be flipped in a matter of seconds. Well, accuracy-wise, we've seen little bit drops and accuracy drop on Jackie Lam, Bolter, but they're still keeping up.
Oh god, there goes the FCs though for Netherlands. Vivlium and Jackie both drop their full combos.
Oh,
And now there's only 2 on the field and it's on the red team.
that's deadly. No full combo to 2 is a statement of let's say Taiwan is really heading really fast to that 5-0 point, but we'll see the Netherlands come back.
Still plenty of time yet, Toglad, but this
Yes.
one ain't looking good. This easier part, pretty free, with a massive combo advantage. Yeah, this one might be all over already before we even get to this last chorus. Another really good pick.
Yeah, Flask is really doing great every map. Look at that accuracy.
Yeah, 3 FCs in 3 so far. Tempting fate there, but Flask with a really good game so far.
It is for him. Skyrovania, not bad accuracy, but the combo-wise, he's been struggling quite much. So let's see. Oh, yes. The card streams were just fine for these players that I have extended, maybe.
Yeah, the accuracies across the board are pretty good. Jackie down to 96, but he held a nice combo. But yeah, these accuracies tell